I'm waiting on them still.
We're going to get going. I want to call the meeting to order, and please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, roll call. I see all council members are present. Report out on closed session. Alex, we have no report out on closed session. Conflict of interest declaration. Do we have any? Seeing none. Okay, agenda reviews, changes or deletions. Kevin?
No changes, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, let's move right into B1. We're going to do
Pardon, Mayor. Just had a request if maybe we can just propose in a recess before item H1, maybe before new business tonight.
H1.
Could be just to break up the meeting. You know, maybe we could see how it goes and propose a recess when we maybe feel the need for one. Okay.
I'll do it for a minute. All right, let's move into where are we at here. B1 proclamation is Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and we have the recipient is Melanie Hall, the program manager, Cloverdale Senior Multipurpose Center.
Proclamation of the City of Cloverdale recognizing June 26 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Cloverdale. Whereas older adults are valued members of the Cloverdale community whose experience, wisdom, volunteerism, mentorship, and contributions to civic and community life help strengthen and enrich our city. Whereas elder abuse, neglect, self-neglect, and financial exploitation affect older adults in communities across the nation and can have serious impacts on their health, safety, independence, and quality of life. Whereas increasing public awareness and understanding of elder abuse is an important step in preventing victimization, supporting those who affected, and encouraging the reporting of suspected abuse because greater community awareness and timely reporting can help protect vulnerable older adults and connect them with the resources and support they need. I'll make sure I'm not getting ahead of. Whereas Elder Abuse Month provides an opportunity to educate residents about recognizing the signs of abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and to reaffirm our shared responsibility to protect and support older adults throughout the community. Whereas the City of Cloverdale is committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and supportive community where residents of all ages can live with dignity, respect, and security. Whereas the Cloverdale Senior Multipurpose Center, the Cloverdale Police Department, as well as local healthcare professionals, social service agencies, community organizations, caregivers, family members, neighbors, and community members all play an important role in protecting vulnerable older adults, promoting their well-being, and helping ensure they remain connected, supported, and safe within the Cloverdale community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cloverdale hereby recognizes June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Cloverdale and encourages all residents to help prevent elder abuse by promoting awareness, supporting older adults, and fostering a community where every resident can age with dignity, safety, and respect. Dated June 24th, 2026. So ordered the Mayor, Brian Wheeler. Where's Melanie? There she is, right in front of me. Melanie and her gang, please step forward. Melanie, thank you for all that you do and offer to our seniors in Cloverdale. I want to say that before you speak. You do so much for us, and I've known you. Oh, yes, you are. And I want everyone to know how much work you do for us, and that is why Cloverdale community supports you so much. It's because you support us, and you've been nothing but amazing from My kids in kindergarten till now. And so
Preschool.
preschool, that's right. It
Yeah,
was. That's
yeah.
right.
Well, I want to thank the council for this honor and the proclamation in honor of our seniors and the work that we do at the Cloverdale Senior Multipurpose Center. I think I've had almost everybody in this up here on this panel at the senior center. So we do a lot of things, not just for our seniors, although it's aimed at that, but for our community as well. And I am only part of a team, just part of our board members here. And I have part of the rest of the team is at home doing other things. But we are very honored and thrilled that you are recognizing us for the work that we do in our community. And we appreciate it. Thank you.
Request from one of the members down there, or down at the Multipurpose Senior Center, Sandra Hoveritz. She requested that Mike read a poem, and we're going to go ahead and do that right now.
You can do that right now.
You guys can take a seat if you'd like, but you're welcome.
Okay. I didn't know if you were doing the photo thing.
We are, if you don't mind.
Do-
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Before I read her poem, Ms. Hoveritz expressed her appreciation to staff and council for reaching out and inviting her to be part of today's Elder Abuse Awareness Month proclamation, stating, "Thank you for helping bring awareness to an issue that affects so many families. This issue of elder abuse is no longer just something I have seen in the community. It's something our family is living through every day. I'd like to note that this issue is why she wasn't able to attend tonight." So with that said, I'm going to read her poem. And I'm sorry, Sandra, in advance if you're watching this from home. I hope I do a good job. Mom was kidnapped. No, we can't say that. She went willingly. But dementia went with her, and memory stayed behind. Squatters moved in. No, we can't say that. Permission was given. But confusion can open a door that wisdom would never unlock. $9,500 disappeared. No, we can't say that. The withdrawal was approved, yet signatures don't always tell us whether understanding was present. Mom forgot. No, that's not fair. Alzheimer's remembered for her. It remembered names she no longer knew. It answered questions she no longer understood. It smiled when she was afraid. It agreed when she no longer could. She has rights, and she should. But somewhere between rights and vulnerability, between freedom and confusion, between yes and understanding, that is where abuse hides. Not in chains, not in dark alleys, not in strangers, but in the quiet spaces where a person still has a voice, but no longer has the ability to protect themselves. We have documents, powers of attorney, healthcare directives, pages signed with love for a day we prayed would never come. Yet paper cannot stop manipulation. Paper cannot restore memories. Paper cannot tell us who is speaking. The mother we know or the disease we fear, and every night we remember her face, not the face we grew to love, not the smile that raised sons and held grandchildren, but the eyes we saw that day, not in person, not while holding her hand and not across a kitchen table, but through the cold lens of a bank surveillance video. A son searching for his mother and finding her there, quiet, subdued, looking past the world. Eyes that had haunted us, eyes that looked past us, eyes that made us ask, "What happened to you, Mom?" And perhaps that is the cruelest thing, because we want to say so many things. We want to say she was stolen. We want to say someone took her. We want to say someone took her home, her money, her dignity, her peace. But we can't. So instead, we say this: she has Alzheimer's, she is vulnerable, she matters, and she deserves to be seen. Because elder abuse does not always look like violence. Sometimes it looks like isolation. Sometimes it looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like permission. And sometimes it looks exactly like love, until it doesn't. And this is somebody else's story. This isn't somebody else's story. This is ours. This is happening now. And somewhere tonight, another son is wondering where his mother went. And somewhere tonight, another mother is quietly disappearing. While the world says she chose, and maybe she did, but dementia chose first. For Vilma Hoverts and Johannes Joseph Hoverts, written with love, Sandra Hoverts.
Wow. Yeah.
Mike, thank you for that. And Sandra, if you're watching, my thoughts and prayers are with you and Johannes tonight.
Comments from the council? Anyone got any comments? I just want to say one thing, Melanie and the crew down there at the multipurpose senior multipurpose center. It's been a joy to come down there for the coffee with the mayor that's been set up. I just want to let everybody know after the Thursday after the first council meeting, we do that at 10 o'clock. And she has organized some great people. We just had the district attorney, and it kind of great segue into some of the things that are going on the financial aspects, some of the scams that are out there, not just for elder people, but for everybody. It's a really good conversation for about an hour, and we can sit and have Q&A, and it works out perfect. And also just all the work that Melanie does for the senior center, it really benefits Cloverdale. So thank you very much for everything you guys do. Now can we get a picture with you guys? The shirt looks familiar. It's the only claim to my head.
It probably looks familiar from coffee with the mayor, too.
Come on in, guys. Let's go. Let's all
Bert.
squeeze in. Jump on in.
That's a good idea.
All righty, let's move into item B2. Proclamation is Cancer Survivors Month.
Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale recognizing June 2026 as Cancer Survivors Month in Cloverdale. Whereas Cancer Survivors Month is observed nationally each June to honor, celebrate, and support individuals living with, through, and beyond cancer diagnosis. And whereas a cancer survivor is anyone diagnosed with cancer from the moment of diagnosis and throughout the remainder of their life. And survivorship encompasses a wide range of, survivorship encompasses a wide range of experiences, challenges, and achievements. And whereas cancer survivors demonstrate extraordinary resilience, courage, and determination while navigating the physical, emotional, mental, social, and financial impacts of cancer and its treatment, and in doing so, inspire their families, friends, neighbors, and fellow residents of Cloverdale. And whereas family members, caregivers, friends, healthcare professionals, support organizations, and community volunteers throughout Cloverdale play a vital role in providing care, encouragement, advocacy, and resources to individuals and families affected by cancer. And whereas cancer survivors, caregivers, healthcare professionals, volunteers, and advocates throughout the Cloverdale community help foster a culture of compassion, support, and hope for individuals, families facing cancer. And whereas the City of Cloverdale is committed to fostering a caring and inclusive community where residents facing health challenges are supported with dignity, compassion, and respect. And now, therefore, be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cloverdale hereby recognizes June 2026 as National Cancer Survivors Month in Cloverdale and encourages all residents to honor cancer survivors, support those currently facing cancer, and promote awareness on the ongoing needs of individuals and families affected by cancer. Dated June 24th, 2026. So ordered, Mayor Brian Wheeler.
Any comments from the council? Comments? You? We don't.
We don't have anybody to receive this, so we want to dedicate this proclamation to all the survivors of cancer and just want to let everyone know, get checked out regularly, and if you have stubborn people in your life, encourage them to get checked out. Sorry.
All righty, thank you. All right, move into C, student liaison report. We have none. Public comments, move D into D1, verbal comments. Any person wishing to speak on an item not listed on the agenda may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. 3 minutes are typically allotted to each speaker. Do we have any public comment?
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. This is my first Cloverdale City Council meeting, and I'm very impressed. And thank you. I'm going to cry. I used to take care of cancer patients. I'm a retired RN, and I'm a cancer survivor. Sorry? Oh, Diana Dodson. So thank you for that. Okay. My thing I want to talk about won't be easy to fix, but it shouldn't be controversial. So hopefully everybody understands. I'm going to read. I'm nervous because I'm not a public speaker, but okay. Dear council members, I'm requesting help with the problem of drivers speeding on East First Street. I live between Mulberry and Asti Road. People speed from town heading east and from Asti or the river area heading west. I've seen pickup trucks, sedans, and vans. Mostly I see trucks and young men drivers, but all ages. This is a residential area. I encountered a couple while walking my dog who states that they also have a problem near where they live by the supper club, people racing by. The obvious concerns are accidents, possibly hitting an animal, and maybe street damage. I don't know, I'm not an engineer. I met with Derek Montagne. Did I get it right? This man, you guys give him a medal. He's the public works director, in case anybody doesn't know. He was very informative, explaining various issues with me regarding things like installing stop signs or speed bumps. I didn't know things about that the stop sign has to be in a particular place and so on. And I already saw an example of that in my own neighborhood. So I'm asking you to please support any measures that can calm traffic and reduce excessive speeding in our lovely city. And I've only been here a year, but I love it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adina Flores, and I'm here this evening because I'm copied on a whole lot of emails from your community regarding the Esmeralda project, and I would say the bulk of your community has vocally expressed they are against this project, rightfully so. It's concerning to me when I've reviewed various local agencies, including not just the City of Cloverdale, but the City of Healdsburg, and I feel that the weaponization of the Chamber of Commerce is evident. It concerns me that your constituents are being targeted and attacked by not only the Chamber of Commerce, but their affiliates for vocalizing their concerns. Specifically, I've been on email threads regarding Miss Angela Cordova, who's very outspoken in your community. I don't know her, but she claimed that there was some kind of meeting that was supposed to be held in which only certain select businesses were invited by the chamber to get on board with Esmeralda project. And so all of these conversations, I don't care if it's through the chamber or what entity it's through, they should be held 100% publicly. There should be no exclusion of any kind. It's concerning for me when I see council members being excluded by the chamber or not being allowed to participate through certain avenues because they are taxpayer funded. They do receive funding through the city. So they're fully being weaponized at this time. Furthermore, again, this has been brought to your attention at recent meetings, but the way that Councilwoman Morgenstern and Councilman Marquez have been treated is not okay. So I support those two wholeheartedly, and they've been extremely responsive to my inquiries, and I appreciate that greatly. God bless you, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name's Lance Villa. I'm a third generation Cloverdale in here. Grew up in the same house for about 19 years. Father worked for the city of Cloverdale. He has actually a flagpole erected at the wastewater treatment plant in his name. He passed away of cancer day before 9/11. Appreciate you guys for what you did there. But main reason I'm here is to talk about the Esmeralda project. As I stated before, I own the property just to the south of Esmeralda project. And I had my grandmother and a couple cousins come up, speak to me about it. And my great uncle used to work at the wood treatment plant there. He was made to sign an NDA, and he said that on his deathbed, they had dispersed many, many barrels of toxins out there. And he wouldn't say where because he was afraid to speak up about that. And I just want to say that I believe a new EIR should be mandated to go forward with this process. I know a lot of people are talking about how this is progress for Cloverdale, but I believe that it's progress disguised as greed. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Before my public comment, I want to thank Public Works and Kevin and Todd for all their efforts on Asti Road. It looks so nice to come home tonight after work and see all the work that Hector and those guys did. Thank you so much, Derek. It's very, very appreciated. So how did we get here is what I keep saying. Why are we in a position where our community feels compelled to beg for transparency and accountability from our own city officials? It's deeply troubling that residents must consider retaining outside legal counsel simply to request a new environmental impact report, an EIR, on the Esmeralda project. We ask basic questions and ensure that potential risks are being taken seriously. This situation should not require litigation just to receive answers. A central concern is the possibility that this site may be contaminated. If disturbed, it could pose irreversible harm, not only to our community, but also to surrounding waterways. Why would this not be treated with the highest level of caution and diligence? Furthermore, there appears to be a significant disconnect between the realities of development costs and the approval process happening at a later time, which then reduces the costs and pushes it back on the city. The lack of clarity only fuels concern and erodes trust. Many residents are also troubled by what appears to be a lack of transparency from the project developer of Esmeralda. Rather than fostering unity, this project has created division, uncertainty, and fear. While workshops and public discussions have taken place, they do not compensate for decisions or conversations that occur behind closed doors with our city officials and representatives of community entities. It is particularly upsetting to hear that the Chamber of Commerce initiated to host a private invitation-only event related to this project. Selective inclusion undermines public trust and raises questions about fairness and openness. Be reminded that our city funds the chamber with our taxpayer dollars. Equally concerning are the rumors that individuals associated with the Planning Commission may be proponents of the project. Whether it's true or not, this perception alone creates doubt about impartiality and suggests the need for review or recusal where appropriate. The issue is not about being for or against the Esmeralda project. Community members have every right to their own opinions. What matters is honesty, transparency, and the inclusion of the public in decisions that affect all of us. At this point, it may be appropriate to consider placing this matter on the ballot to ensure that the broader community has a direct voice. Too many residents feel ignored or excluded, not only by the Chamber of Commerce, but by our city leadership. Our community deserves better. We deserve transparency, accountability, and meaningful participation in decisions that shape our future.
Any other public comment? Okay.
Council members, everyone else, staff, I'm Dana Starr. I just would like to bring up a variety of facts to basically follow up on previous meetings and for the benefit of other things that will come out later. Regarding the Russian River, under normal conditions, 185 cubic feet per second of water flows. And June 10th, Lake Mendocino is releasing 100 CFS. On June 16th, 110 CFS. There have been 6 consecutive 180-day temporary urgency change petitions in effect at the dry level, which is not critical, but it's not normal. So 6 consecutive, that means since December of 23. All of this is information from the Sonoma Water website. The reduction in water is due to rain conditions, Mendocino reservoirs levels, and reduced flows from the Eel River. Just information that I think the public needs to be aware of, and that if you haven't been tracking, that you are also aware of, because all of you have made a lot of decisions in this 6-period, 180-day sequences, and it doesn't appear to take into account any of the water plans and whatnot. This morning there was a 5.6 earthquake, happened to be Potter Valley, just interestingly enough. Also, I had an experience of attending the information meeting for steps to become a council member. I must say I was very disappointed by something that I think might be questionable. I was not asked to be filmed. I sat in a seat specifically that if the event was recorded, I wouldn't show up. Yet one person in the room actually stated during introductions that he was here to see who showed up, and another person took photos without permission. In fact, they started at the door, and I was right beside the door, and I leaned back to be out of the photo, and then they proceeded to change positions in the room so that everybody could be captured. That seems questionable. Who sent them? What's the point? This is just an information meeting. I say I was disappointed. The last piece of information is that San Francisco PD cut off flock access after improper searches for federal and out-of-state law enforcement agencies. And since we talked about flock recently, I wanted everybody to know that's happening locally. Thank you.
Any other members of the community have public comment? Okay, I'm seeing none. Let's move into D2, Written comments are on the cloverdale.net or Agenda Center, Cloverdale Agenda Center. And they are all, the city clerk does put those on there, so all the written comments that came in will be there for people to check on. They are part of the record. Let's move right into E. E1, Reach for Home.
Yeah, no problem. Well, while he's pulling that up, I can just start by saying I have to switch between readers now and the screen, so I pardon my going back and forth. And just to start out by saying a huge thank you to the City of Cloverdale and for your partnership in really reducing the amount of unsheltered individuals and families and veterans in all of northern Sonoma County. And just a huge thank you to Mayor Wheeler and to Vice Mayor Todd Lands and to the whole council. I know Vice Mayor Lands, that we can text back and forth and solve problems and try to pull in the community to help people. And it's really important when it comes to people who are suffering trauma and who are unsheltered. So I just want to make sure that you guys know how much we really, really appreciate the City of Cloverdale. And then as soon as the presentation comes up, I'll continue.
There we go.
Awesome. Well, what we're working towards right now is our Journey to Zero, and that's reaching functional zero for northern Sonoma County. And that basically means that homelessness is rare and brief. As a northern Sonoma County region, the cities have not yet come together to specifically decide what that means to then go to the county, because we want to make sure everybody's on the same page. But we did recently work through a draft of sheltered functional zero, which you'll hear about here in a minute. Reach for Home is a nonprofit organization that serves Windsor, Cloverdale, and Healdsburg with housing and homeless services. We've been around for about 11 years, and we're working on ending chronic homelessness. We realized that ending homelessness is nearly impossible, if not impossible. And so our goal is to really get to functional zero, where homelessness is rare and brief, which would then end chronic homelessness, which means someone's been homeless for over a year and they have some sort of a disability. So we have 3 different programs. Street outreach. We are up here in Cloverdale once to twice a week. If we need to be here more, we are. If you ever feel we're not here enough, just text me. We'll send more supports up. Housing services and case management. We have our interim housing program in Healdsburg, which I'll talk about in a moment. We have permanent supportive housing. Both come with intensive case management services. And then recently we expanded our homeless prevention program, and we added case management and mental health support. Before, prevention services were handing someone, a rent check, or actually handing it to their landlord because they're behind, helping with utilities. And we realized a few years ago that it would really be helpful if we could help people stay out of that situation. Like, why did they get in that situation? What factors caused it? What can we help with? Is it fixing their credit? Is it helping them find lower cost housing? What are the things that can keep them from getting in this situation again? And mental health support is a part of that if they need it. Next slide. So where are we with unsheltered northern Sonoma County numbers? We started in 2020 with 205 unsheltered individuals. We were actually at our high point, I think over 230 at one point. It was pretty high. As of today, we are actually at 40. I put this slide together a few weeks ago. And together we have decreased homelessness by over 80%, which is, I feel like it's unheard of in a community. We have been doing things by partnering together with each city and the police departments and the jurisdictions in a way that I think isn't done a lot of times, just because it's hard to pull all those people together. So just a huge congratulations to getting to where we are and helping so many people. One of the things we did when probably about 5 years ago is we started what's called a by names list. And that is a list of every single unsheltered person. Now, back when there were 200, it was maybe like 70% because it's hard to survey 200 people. But at this point, we have a list of all 40 people. We might be missing a few. We know it's not an exact science. People are transient. They flow in and out. We're people. But the people that we do our best to know every single person, what they need, what type of housing they'll take, where they'll take the housing. Do they have a pet? Do they have a disability? And when we did that the first time, we realized that 90% of the people surveyed are from here or have lived in northern Sonoma County for a really long time. And a lot of those people, over 70%, said, I'm not leaving. This is my home. This is my community. And that is what prompted the creation of the L&M Village, our first northern Sonoma County emergency shelter. And that's on the next slide. So in 2022, we opened the L&M Village with the support of the city of Healdsburg and Project Home Key funds from the state of California. And these are some numbers, and all of these numbers are since inception. So since November of 2022, this is the progress we have made through the L&M Village, the interim housing program. One thing to say about our interim housing is it is a 30-day program, but people are there 6 months to a year. Every 30 days, we go through a process where we check in with people, see where their housing goals are. We meet with them weekly and daily, but every 30 days we have a sunset where if they're behaviorally appropriate, they're making progress on their goals, we'll keep extending them. There's no reason to put someone back into homelessness if they're working on their medical issues, their mental health issues, to get into permanent stable housing. And so our average is slightly higher than most interim housing programs because of that. We've been able to place over 70 people into permanent housing. A lot of that a few years ago was because a really big voucher infusion came to northern Sonoma County because our case managers were ready and submitted all the documents right at midnight or whatever that time was, and we were able to get more vouchers in northern Sonoma County than anywhere else. We are out of vouchers now, individual vouchers. We don't expect that we'll have any for the foreseeable future at this point. So that is a huge cog in our wheel, and it is something that is slowing us up. The other thing is 10 have exited back to homelessness. We are still working with probably about 50% of those individuals. So even though they didn't successfully make it into permanent housing, they're still part of our program in the street outreach realm. Next.
Margaret,
Yeah.
can you, when we had our meeting at the Homeless Advisory back in May, you mentioned that the L&M is available for Cloverdale residents as well, and there's rooms that are,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're designated as such, but there is, maybe you could just let the council know about that real
Of
quick?
course. So our by names list includes people from Cloverdale, Windsor, and Healdsburg, and there are several Cloverdale residents who are currently at the L&M. There are two different things at the L&M, and I think Kevin might be referencing our the emergency shelter component, which is if someone is in dire need of housing and they're behaviorally appropriate for a couple of nights, we do have a program where you can refer someone through the city or through the police department, and we have cots and overnight staff, and the person can come for a couple of nights to kind of get some respite and to try to work more with street outreach. The other program is the 30-day interim housing program, and Cloverdale residents are all a part of our wait list as far as that goes too. Yeah. And the next slide. And then we were able to get encampment resolution funding. This was 3 years ago. We were able to purchase house in Windsor, increased our mental health support. We were able to help over 42 chronically homeless individuals that were living on the Russian River on the Sire property in Healdsburg. This funding is through the state of California. It did a lot of work for us to get where we are. We're looking to submit for encampment resolution funding round 5 that's due on Tuesday. And so I've been working on that, and if we can get that, you'll see it'll really benefit where we're at and to probably help us get to functional zero, to be honest. But these are just some statistics about that. Next slide. So how do we get there? What do we do? What's our approach? And I think because we work in the smaller communities, we're able to have this approach, like I mentioned before. We can identify and survey every single unsheltered individual because we're down to 40. We can work with each individual law enforcement department in the way that they work. Each city's different. The way that Cloverdale enforces its laws are different than Windsor and Healdsburg, and that's completely fine, and we work with each jurisdiction in how they approach it. We then empower each individual with a personalized care plan. They get partnered with a case manager, work through their housing goals. We give them all the necessary social services that they need. We help increase their income. And then once they leave our program and go to permanent housing, we have an open door policy, and they still continue to work with case management until they're completely stabilized. And even if they fall backwards, we're still there, and we will still help them no matter what. Next slide. All right, this is just a quick slide about where our housing is. So we have the 22 interim units at the L&M, which is for all of northern Sonoma County. Well, all of this is for Cloverdale. Cloverdale residents are in all of these housings. It's not segmented by Cloverdale stays in Cloverdale. We get people into housing wherever we can and the appropriate housing for that person. So we have the 22 units at the L&M. We have 11 permanent supportive units at Victory Studio Apartments, which is in Healdsburg. Then here in Cloverdale, we have 5 permanent supportive housing units. And then we have 12 interim housing units. And then in Windsor, because of the ERF grant we got, we were able to purchase a house. And now the town of Windsor just leased a house to us just 2 months ago. So we have another 3 units in Windsor of interim housing that will also benefit Cloverdale residents as well. If you look at this really quick, one thing I wanted to point out is that we have over 42 interim housing units and only 16 permanent supportive units. So you can see where our need is. We have a lot of people right now stabilizing in interim housing who can't go anywhere because we have not enough permanent housing, which is where this grant money would come in. Next slide. We do this by partnering with other agencies. The Healthcare Foundation, for example, they're here tonight. They have been a convener and collaborator for a lot of nonprofits in northern Sonoma County, and they have helped infuse CalAIM funding into northern Sonoma County, and Reach for Home is ramping that up and trying to help with some deficits from the county. We've had 15% cuts in our funding through the county this year, and it's going to continue just because COVID money's gone, and there are a lot of different reasons. It could take a while to explain, but we're looking at more public and private funding sources, housing vouchers, which we don't think we'll get for quite a while, but the project-based vouchers are still out there, and we're getting some more housing coming on in Windsor soon that will also benefit Cloverdale residents. So these are just kind of some of the things we do to help people. Next slide. So sheltered functional zero is a concept that was just defined as a draft through the county. And basically what it means is that less than 5% of your homeless population is unsheltered. It means that it's brief and you can shelter someone within 14 days, and that the demographic of the people who are sheltered match the people in the community. So it's representing your community. A draft just came out from the county, and Windsor is working on putting together a meeting for all 3 cities to come together and just give feedback on it if it's something that we feel comfortable with. I was a part of creating it, but that doesn't mean it's, perfect. And it's our first stab at it. And so look for an invitation. I think the city councils and city managers are probably being invited by Christina Owens, but this is where we're at. And then the next step is to really define as a whole community, what is functional zero, what are the thresholds, and kind of what does that look like, holistically speaking. And the last thing I'll say, and we're almost finished, but the last thing I'll say is that because we're down to 40 people, we can really start digging into who's chronically homeless, who's literally homeless, and who are the people who we cannot serve. And we have about 6 right now that are just not people that Reach for Home has the capacity to help. They have higher mental health acuity needs. They have maybe more medical needs. I know a lot of you know a couple that we've really been working on getting a solution for together. And that we're working with the county on. I represent Cloverdale on the Homeless Coalition Board as the Northern Sonoma County representative. And they're really working right now to put the homeless services back under behavioral health, which will infuse more money into mental health beds and some things like that. Or so, that's what we're hoping for. So hopefully a solution is not too far away. I know they're expanding their mental health beds and that sort of capacity within the county. And it is one of our largest needs. Next slide. And so what's next? We need more flexible funding so that we can add more permanent supportive housing. And then just the shift in resources. Once we get to functional zero for both, for the whole region, people ask, well, then what's Reach for Home going to do? And I'm going to tell you that once someone's housed, that's when the real work starts, because people will fall back. And, if someone's been homeless for 20 years, housing them and walking away is not going to keep them housed. So we have people who have been housed for 3 years and they come back and need different resources here and there. And our job is just to keep them housed, because if they become unhoused again, they're going to go back to Cloverdale and back to Healdsburg and back to Windsor, and their mental health is going to suffer even worse. And so that's really where our focus is shifting, and to just keep people housed who haven't been homeless in the past so that they don't have to go through that. So our staff is about 20. It'll probably stay about the same for the foreseeable future. We don't think we need to expand or do anything different with who we have. It'll just be a shift in who we're case managing and how we're case managing. And that's it. Just next slide, I think, is just a thank you or something like that. Oh, contact information. If anyone wants a tour of the L&M, they have questions that didn't get answered tonight. Some questions are very complex, and I have to, I don't know all of the answers to all the policies in the state. We really focus on what we're doing here and how we're helping each person, and we kind of keep our head in that space. So while all of the rest is very important because it shapes some of it, we really try to just keep doing what we're doing because it's working and we don't want to stop. So thank you all for having me tonight, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Do you have questions from the council? Go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Look forward. I would definitely want to reach out and take a tour of the facilities, learning a lot more about Reach for Home. I did move here from San Francisco. We had a large amount of chronic homelessness, and I can kind of see what's happening in Northern County, and I think you're doing a wonderful job working with your partners, just the collaboration with the other cities, police departments. I mean, even the river's large place that attracts a lot of homeless. So working with Riverkeeper, I know that they have that as a priority as well. So I think you're doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank you for all that you do, and I think you have a wonderful program, and I think it is the top program in the county. And I know that you've helped a tremendous amount of people, and I know that twice I've gone to your to Reach for Home concerning 2 people that needed immediate housing, and between you and Lisa Fatu, you came through for them. So I want to thank you for all that you do. And then I have a question. I know that you are going after the encampment grant. How's that coming along? Do you need Cloverdale's help, or?
We're hoping that might be something we can partner on. We actually, I think, have a meeting to just go over it again. But I am feverishly working on it with hopes that we'll be able to submit it Tuesday. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for all that you do, and your program really is an excellent program.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret, for that.
Yeah.
Very informative. It's very informative for the community to understand what's happening in the background when they don't think that anything is being done to help individuals who need services that you provide. And we really appreciate that. I look forward to taking a tour, and I will save the date. Thank you.
Thank you.
These numbers don't happen by accident. You don't go from hundreds of homeless in the northern Sonoma County to tens. It happens because of people like you. In 2021, we had over 120 homeless in the Cloverdale area alone. And that was the first point in time count that I was involved in. And because of the program that we started, Margaret came in. We had the district attorneys, we had the public defenders, we had the judges, we had police chiefs, we had everyone that was ever be involved in some way, in some fashion, with anyone that was homeless was on these calls. And it's back during COVID when it was the hardest time to communicate. And because of the hard work that she put in, the trust to do it a different way than the rest of the county, and to go with her gut and go with her heart and make the program that she has, is why we're sitting at what I call a functional zero, because it's the same 5 people that we have that's left here that don't want the housing. So you're not going to change that. And when they do get help and they come back, they go right back to Margaret and get the help that they need. That's a functional zero. It's because of people like her that care and work hard, think outside the box, and work with everybody that needs it. It's not the ones that say, I can't help that one, or I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit, the person that's couch surfing because that helps me with my numbers. It's because I'm going to take on the hardest case that you have in Cloverdale, and I'm going to make them successful. And you did that. You've worked very hard to show these numbers. The L&M is successful because of you. We're all successful because of you. I have her on speed dial. I walk up and down our riverbanks and I contact these homeless. When we started that list of names, we were getting hit with HIPAA violations and everything else, but we made sure that we did what was right, did it legally, and covered every single person. And because of that list, because she knows everyone personally and intimately in that way that is necessary to get them the help they need, they trust her and they get the help that they need when they normally wouldn't when a person in a uniform shows up, or somebody from the county just walks in and says, hey, can I help you out a little bit, and gives them a voucher. It doesn't work that way. You have to have the trust of the person. Margaret's that face. They all know who she is. They all trust her with everything that she does, and we can't thank you enough here in Cloverdale.
Oh, thank you. It is a collaborative effort. Synergy is one of our core values, and this is a huge example of it.
Margaret,
It's unheard
thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and these numbers are outstanding. I mean, we have worked together for 2 or 3 years now, been on the committees, done the river walks. You personally, I haven't been on a river walk with you, but I have been down there. Mm-hmm. And it's identifying, it's showing respect to the people that are out there, and then knowing the routes to take them to get them to where we are at functional zero. And I know Cloverdale and the residents of Cloverdale, it's been mentioned many times, we have seen a dramatic drop when you walk downtown to now the plaza is actually enjoyable. There's the core couple that are in there, manageable, and you have their names and you're helping as you can. But it's an amazing thing to get these numbers. So once again, like everybody up here has echoed, this is a lot of work. And you're doing great work. So thank you from Cloverdale. And I also have her on speed dial too. We're going to make that happen. And we may bother her a lot, but you know what? That's the way it goes. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank you.
It. Yep.
Thanks.
We got one more.
I just wanted to make one more comment. I wanted to thank our police chief who goes out of his way to help the homeless. And even if it's his day off, he will drive from Santa Rosa to Cloverdale to check on a 73-year-old man living under a bush. And also, if somebody's been living in the graveyard, he'll call Margaret up and make sure they get housing. So thank you so much for caring.
Do you have any comments from the public on this one? Come on, yeah. And you also have to say your name again for the record. Thank you.
I'm Diana Dodson. I am just wowed. I left Santa Rosa because of the homeless problem, not because I'm cruel, but they were in my front yard literally fighting, having fights. And I just called my landlady. I said, I can't do this anymore. So I'm just very, very impressed. I don't know where that lady went, but thank you. And thank you guys for supporting it. And I hope to be able to stay in Cloverdale. So thanks.
Diana, Santa Rosa told us our program wouldn't work. So we said that's okay. We like it. We like it we'll do it our way. You do it yours down over there. So welcome to Cloverdale.
It's a safety issue for everybody.
All right. All right, let's go into, we have another presentation, Healthcare Foundation, Northern Sonoma County.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for having us. This is also my first time at a Cloverdale City Council meeting. My name is Amy Ramirez. I'm the Executive Director of the Healthcare Foundation, Northern Sonoma County. If you're not familiar with the Healthcare Foundation, we are a philanthropic foundation focused on access to healthcare and mental health care, specifically for Northern Sonoma County. And I have some fellow presenters with me tonight to talk about the Eco Group in Cloverdale, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Luis Gutierrez. I am the Partnerships and Programs Manager at La Familia Sana. We're really grateful to be here with you all tonight.
Mi nombre es Hortensia Mendoza y vivo aquí en Cloverdale y aquí estoy representando al grupo de.
My name is Hortensia Mendoza. I live here in Cloverdale. I'm here representing part of the Eco Group.
Buenas tardes. Me presento. Mi nombre es María del Carmen San Román. Estoy aquí hoy día para contar mi experiencia con el grupo ECO, del cual me siento muy feliz de pertenecer.
María Carmen, ¿qué?
San Román.
Hello, my name is Maria Carmen San Roman. I'm here to talk about my experience with the group ECHO, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
All right, so if we could go to the next slide, please.
Amy, before you start, could you, I know that the ECHO Group is providing translation services tonight. That's the gentleman that you've heard in the, so whoever needs an earpiece, it's available. And I think
Yes.
everyone who needs one probably has one, but that's what's happening with that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So the ECHO Group. So SCAN Foundation in 2024, along with the California Healthcare Foundation, both large health-focused foundations, decided to partner with 4 communities in California, basically to learn from the historically underserved folks in those communities about their experience living in their towns, discover their top health needs, and then also work toward advocacy around those needs. So if we could go to the next slide. So the 4 communities that were chosen for California were San Francisco, Los Angeles, Imperial Valley, and Cloverdale. So we were very lucky to, thank you, to be represented in this large initiative. And so each eco group has its own area of focus based on their community. So in San Francisco, it's a Black Elders Project. In LA, it's a California Black Women's Health Project. Here in Cloverdale, we're very focused on learning from our Latinx seniors. And then in Imperial Valley, which is a community actually I've learned quite similar to Cloverdale, is focused on the Indigenous and Latinx folks living there as well. So really the focus of the eco groups was to identify and prioritize the key drivers of health inequities in each community, and then really work with the seniors to co-design solutions. We can go to the next slide. When this program started, we had many partners the first year. And actually, so glad Melanie was with us here tonight, because in our first year, the Cloverdale Senior Center housed our eco group. We have since moved to the new space at La Familia Sana, but very fitting timing to be here tonight as the proclamation was read for our seniors. But now our eco group, as it stands, is a partnership between La Familia Sana, On the Margins, which is a very trusted therapy network and advocacy resource agency, and then the Healthcare Foundation. Next slide. So our objectives over the last year for the Eco Group were to establish a regular safe space of belonging in Cloverdale, assist with establishing a Cloverdale Master Plan on Aging Action Team, we'll talk about that, increase knowledge of available resources, establish free transportation services, we'll talk about that, and participate in local civic engagement, which is why we are here with you tonight with many of our Eco Group participants here with us in the back. Next slide. So objective 1, I'm going to pass to my co-presenter.
Thank you, Amy. So for objective 1, it's to establish a regular safe space of belonging for our community members here in Cloverdale. And so in order to share the experience that was had through this Eco Group, we have 2 of our Eco Group members who will be sharing their experience, starting with Maria San Roman.
El grupo ECO para mí ha sido como un salvavidas.
The Eco Group for me has been like a lifeline.
Las personas de la tercera edad necesitamos reunirnos y contarnos lo que nos pasa.
Senior people need to get together and talk about what happens to us.
Y eso encontré en el grupo.
And that's what I found in the group.
Apoyo,
Support,
compañerismo,
companionship,
amistad.
friendship.
Espero el día de la reunión porque salgo fortalecida, empoderada.
I wait for the day of the meeting because I come out of there stronger, empowered.
Y creo firmemente que eso influye en mi salud.
And I truly believe that that has an influence in my health,
Física y mental,
physical and mental health,
ya que me aleja de médicos y hospitales.
because it keeps me away from hospitals and doctors.
Un deseo personal
A personal desire
es que muchas personas
is that many people
tuvieran la oportunidad que tengo yo.
would have the opportunity that I have.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
So when we were working with the SCAN Foundation, one of the objectives that they brought to our attention was really community's participation in our local master plan for aging plan. When we looked into it, surprise, surprise, Cloverdale was not included in Sonoma County's master plan for aging. And I know that's a story you all are used to hearing of feeling left out. So we made it an objective to make sure that there was Cloverdale representation, because our elders and seniors living in Cloverdale have very different experiences and special needs, especially health needs, compared to other folks in Sonoma County. So we started working, the Healthcare Foundation started working with the county, and we created the first Cloverdale Master Plan for Aging Action Team. And so now we have 2 Eco Group members who attend that meeting, which is fully translated through funding through the county, and are doing a closed loop referral between the Master Plan for Aging information and our Eco Group participants at those meetings.
So one of our Eco Group members that was unable to attend today is Marcelino Figueroa. He is a board member over at the Cloverdale Senior Center, and he was going to be stepping in to speak on behalf of the Master Plan on Aging Action Team, since he's also partaking there. However, he had an unforeseen event come up that he wasn't able to make it with us tonight. So we have Hortensia here tonight that will share her experience about the Eco Group as well.
Okay. Mi nombre es Hortensia Mendoza. Y pues yo también soy muy feliz cuando me invitaron a este grupo de ECO.
My name is Artesia Mendoza, and I also too was very happy when I get invited to the Eco Group.
Me ha ayudado mucho porque bendito sea Dios, yo ya estoy sola en mi hogar. Entonces, una salida es muy buena y he aprendido muchas cosas.
So that has helped me a lot because I live alone in my home. So getting out of the house is really good. And I've also learned a lot of things.
Hemos bailado, hemos hecho danza, hemos coloreado, hemos platicado con las demás personas.
So we've danced, we've done some danza, we've done some coloring, and we also talk with other people.
Y eso a mí me hace muy feliz y convivir con las demás gentes, porque la soledad es muy triste.
And that makes me very happy to be among other people because honestly, solitude is very sad.
Tuve 5 hijos, pero los 5 ya crecieron, ya se fueron. Me quedé en Cloverdale, pero me encanta mi ciudad porque siento que toda la gente me conoce. Bendito sea Dios.
So I had 5 children, but they're all gone. But I stay in Cloverdale because I really love my city, and I really do enjoy Cloverdale.
Porque cuando ellos estaban chiquitos, fui al templo, los llevé a hacer su primera comunión y participé en el templo y luego en las escuelas. Y bendito sea Dios, aquí estoy.
So when they were little, I used to participate at the church, and I also participated with them at school. And so here I am, thank God.
Soy feliz de vivir aquí.
And I'm happy to live here in Cloverdale
Más gente.
and be among with other people.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Part of our funding through the SCAM Foundation was stipends to bring resources to the group. So we had quite a number of local organizations come and speak to our seniors, such as Redwood Credit Union on safe practices, financial looking out for senior fraud, which was mentioned earlier, Alexander Valley Healthcare, Legal Aid, Council on Aging, and others. Next slide. Objective 4. So one of the top health needs identified by our seniors was transportation. And we know this is a huge issue for everybody, but especially our seniors, and especially if you are a Spanish-speaking senior, trying to arrange transportation can be especially difficult. So the Healthcare Foundation looked for funding, and we received funding through the Joseph and Vera Long Foundation to partner with circuit riders in Windsor to start the first free senior transportation service in Cloverdale. So thank you. So we are funding, and this program is especially important because dispatch is bilingual. It's been a little bit of a slow start getting drivers who want to come all the way to Cloverdale to drive. So we put some more money toward it, and we're increasing stipends for drivers to try to incentivize them. And Luis is going to talk just a little bit about the program and how to access.
Thanks, Amy. So we're really excited about Conexión Cloverdale because, as we mentioned, we understand that transportation is such a vital need for our community members, especially because there's such a significant impact and limitation when you are talking about those who are 60 and older. So what we did is we partnered with circuit riders. We, as of today, we are at about 9 total drivers. And so we've been able to give about 18 one-way rides to our community members free of cost. Again, the key component to this all is that this is a program that was based in southern Sonoma County. So to get drivers that are willing to come up north, make the drive down south, come back to drop somebody off was a lot to ask. So really what we're excited to say is that we've had a surplus, an increase, if you will, of volunteers that are from Cloverdale to make that a much more feasible experience for everybody involved, right? So we're really grateful that they were willing to partner. And if anybody here is open to being someone that volunteers as a driver, it's a very straightforward process. We just have you apply. There's a background check, insurance information, of course, that's needed. But other than that, then you would be able to be on call for when one of our seniors or community members is in need of those rides. So we hope that you'll join us in this effort.
And there is a stipend, so you will be paid. And we know gas is very expensive.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is that program 24/7? So anybody needs a ride at any time of the day, Monday through 7 days a week? How's that?
I don't know that it's 24/7. I think it's more daytime. Like
It's typically
Well, I'm just
it's based off of It's typically requested as much in advance as possible to prepare the transportation and make sure someone is available. But if there are certain hours that need to be included, there's flexibility within that, so long as there's enough notice.
Yes, it's not emergency, but planned for. Next slide. Objective 5 is why we are here tonight. And in addition to just notifying you all about that we exist and we're here, we had, through our meetings with our elders, they expressed that they really wanted to be more involved in civic engagement. And so we are here tonight supporting them and attending. We brought Manuel, who interprets at all of our eco group meetings, and we are advocating for interpretation at city council meetings beyond the visual, which can be difficult for those who have vision problems or literacy problems. I'm formally here tonight as the Healthcare Foundation to offer a 50% match from the foundation should you adopt this into your budget. And next slide. This is one of my favorite pictures of all time. This is right outside the senior center, and this is some of our eco group members from year 1. You can really kind of capture the spirit of the group. Thank you. That's it.
Amy and Luis, thank you so much for the presentation. This was great. Before we get into any comments or questions, I want to apologize for the mayor. He had a family emergency and had to leave quickly, so I apologize for him. Councilmember, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Luis, Mayra, Manny, Javi. Thank you for coming today, and thanks for all your work with the Eco Group. All the participants, you are all leaders, that you're representing the greater community and doing the work of communication both ways between the city and back to the community. So we really appreciate your participation. I would really would support maybe adding a budget amendment. I think I can maybe recommend that for a future agenda item at the end of the meeting. Just really think the importance of the group, the eco group getting together and creating a communication, not just amongst the community, but to the city, is really something that's needed. And I really support that. So if there's something that this group can keep on continuing, in any ways that we can make this to be sort of self-sustaining. I think of the idea of having like a Latino advisory council that would be in partnership with the city, maybe that meets 4 times a year and helps with the two-way communication. I think it would be really good for Cloverdale. So look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much for all that you do. And transportation is so important in Cloverdale because we have a huge senior population, and it's like an island up here. I mean, people have, medical and dental appointments in different parts of the county, and they have no way of getting there. So I want to thank you so much for considering getting the transportation going. Is really vital and important. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank you for your presentation, your presence tonight, showing your cohesiveness as a team. And like you say, that one picture right there speaks volumes on the outcome and the engagement in community. I really appreciate it. Thank you for answering my question about driving. That gets the community a little bit more open-minded. It's not 24/7, make an appointment and we'll do everything we can to help you. Appreciate that. And all your objectives, those are awesome. I'm sure there's other objectives in your mind floating out there that you want to go get an action plan on, but keep doing the hard work that you're doing. We really appreciate it. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
If you remember the first meeting we had on the master plan for aging in the library, we had big poster boards on the walls. You're knocking out all those top issues right here and quickly. So to see the collaboration with everyone for Cloverdale, you guys are doing an amazing job. I look forward to continuing and working hard together and finding ways to do more projects beyond this. So this is great. The circuit riders is huge. The mental health that you're providing to hear the stories is great. And we understand because I talk and work with Melanie a lot. So thank you for everything so far. You guys are great. If you don't mind, I'm going to open up to the public comments, and if they have questions, you can answer them for us.
Of course.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to ask any questions or have any comments regarding this item on the agenda? Please come forward.
This is a great program. But what my question is the driving assistant for all seniors in Cloverdale? Yes. So, okay. That's what I want.
It's all seniors 60 and above, correct? Just to clarify.
Yes, thank you.
Any other comments? Please come forward. Please state your name for me.
Javi Cabrera Rosales. Hi, y'all. I'm one of the facilitators from On the Margins that has been supporting this group for the last 2 years. And although I was not part of the presentation because they already have this covered, one of the things I wanted to offer in addition is not only the importance of finding community in such a small community can be really hard when we're at the intersection of culture, tradition, language, and also immigration. And so recognizing that folks coming from a different part of the world to integrate to a place like Cloverdale can be extremely challenging. And once they find home here, it's important for that representation for them to take part in the makeup and the change that happens in Cloverdale. And so we do have another year of funding, which is excellent, and I will continue on as a facilitator and holding space with community. And our hope is that as you think about adopting this to be able to offer interpretation at these spaces, then I can work with the group to make sure that we can show up in these spaces to advocate and show you all that we are here and we are willing to make the change that is needed to serve all of Cloverdale. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. No? Anyone in the dais, any final?
Thank you. I think the next step would be bringing this back to the council. I would recommend at the end of our evening tonight for a future agenda item to make a budget amendment. So if you can stay for that, we can see how that goes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next is the consent calendar. All items under the consent calendar will be considered together by one action of the City Council unless any council member or member of the public requests that an item be removed and considered separately. Does anyone want to pull the only item on the consent calendar?
No.
Anyone in the audience? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move the consent calendar forward.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 4-0 with Mayor Wheeler absent. Sorry. All right, we'll move into G, public hearings. G1 is consider a resolution establishing and updating the schedule of fees and charges for city services and repealing previously adopted and conflicting fees and charges for such services. Kevin, is this you?
That would be me.
Oh, Susie, there you are.
Here I am.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Tonight's item is a resolution to establish and update the city's master fee schedule for city services. The purpose of this update is to ensure that the city's fees more accurately reflect the current cost of providing services, which continuing the city's longstanding policy that these costs should be borne by the direct consumer instead of the general fund. You can't hear me? Okay.
Just so council's aware, we do have our representative from the folks who installed these mics in person today up there, so they're evaluating this. So this is a good note that that's something that's been happening at quite a few of our meetings, getting a lot of gain and feedback.
Okay. Can you hear me better? Okay. So the most recent update to the master fee schedule was last year. We brought back an updated one. We usually do it in June. We brought back an updated one in November and made additional changes. Tonight's action would continue that process, and it would repeal the previous fees, and we would have new fees. City staff conducted a comprehensive review and recalculation of the applicable fees. The minimum fees were calculated based on the estimated staff time required to process each type of request, multiplied by the current billing rate for the relevant staff position. Department heads reviewed their position classifications and estimated the time allocations. As a result, some fees are proposed to increase minorly. I want to add that because we don't have any COLAs that have been accepted, and so the billing schedule changed very minor. We did have, there is a minimum fee if something takes more time than what the master fee schedule proposes. The city would recover additional fees on a time and cost basis. The action is not to generate additional fees. It's just to cover the cost of providing the services. Required public noticing has been completed, and the supporting cost data and documentation were made available to the public in advance of tonight's meeting, consistent with the Mitigation Fee Act and other applicable requirements. From a financial standpoint, adopting the updated schedule will improve the city's ability to recover the actual cost of services provided to residents, applicants, businesses, and developers, and will help protect the general fund from subsidizing services that benefit specific users. There are some new fees that we have included this year, and those include the cost of specific services for dog licensing fees in the finance and admin section, firearm seizure, storage, and release fees within the police department. And then the Parks and Rec, we have rental fees for picnic sites, sports fields, lighted courts, and pickleballs. These are new fees and are intended to align with the charges of staff time, equipment, administration, and direct services as well. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt the resolution establishing the updated schedule and charges for city services and repealing the previously adopted conflicting fees and charges.
Thank you, Susie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Susie. Yeah, I looked over the Exhibit A master fee schedule, and I noticed there's some changes to a lot of fees. Everything has some incremental changes. There was 3 items that had no changes. I think that was the commercial cannabis permit fees, engineering department, and police. So I'm just wondering why there was no increase on those if, everything with, inflation and.
Those are
CPI.
deposits only.
Okay.
Deposit fees for the cannabis. Okay. And all of the other fees we have now included in the tax.
Okay. So the the engineering department and the police fees that have the 0% increase. They're just,
It's probably because it was such a minor change that it didn't constitute going up $5 or
Okay.
down $5.
okay, understand. Thank you.
Mhm.
I have no comments. Thank you. Let me open it up to the public. Anyone have any questions? As fees increase and everything goes up, this is what we do, and I appreciate you bringing the numbers and working it out.
Thank you.
So with that said, would anyone?
With two council members absent, I could make a movement to adopt a resolution establishing and updating the schedule of fees and charges for the city services and repealing previously adopted and conflicting fees and charges for such services.
Yeah, I'll second that. Isn't the action item?
Okay, so we have a first and a second for the resolution. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Let the record reflect. Passes 3-0 with Mayor Wheeler absent and Councilmember Morgenstern away from the dais for the vote. She isn't here to vote. She did not abstain. She did not vote.
We mark her as absent because she's absent from the dais.
Councilmember, you'd asked for a break right around this time, and you still need it, you think?
You know, it was kind of just seeing how things go. Things seem to be moving along quite fine. I guess if taking a break would allow our other council members to return, but I have no idea where anybody went.
I think she'll be back before the next item's really up. So I think we should probably move forward. If you're good. Okay. Perfect. We're going to move into new business. H1, consider the 2026 water and wastewater rate study update.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, we have our consultant, Mark Hildebrand, who's going to walk us through a presentation. This was an item before the Finance Subcommittee as well, and I think we've had a previous City Council meeting as well. Mark, you want to, you have a, get your PowerPoint up here and.
Let's see. Is the PowerPoint going to load, or do I need to load it? Sorry. I'll go ahead and start speaking while this loads. Good evening. My name is Mark Hildebrand. I was here last month talking to you about your water rates, and I'm back here this evening to discuss those again, water and sewer. We are going to be, we are making a recommendation on the rate increases and asking for council direction to have the Prop 218 notices sent out in advance of the public hearing that we hope to hold in a couple months. So I'll cover the points of the presentation and the conclusions of the study, but I don't have them memorized, so I'll wait for a second. Not a problem. I do remember the first few slides, actually. So when we do a rate study, generally speaking, there's 3 steps to the study. We first look at the enterprises, the utility enterprises as a whole, to understand the existing financial condition. We want to know how much revenue is coming in currently, what the current operating expenses are, and then we start doing projections on what we think those operating expenses are going to do over the next 10 years. Thank you. Also start planning for capital spending. Capital spending is typically one of the larger expenses, and it's also one of the more volatile expenses that can go up and down depending on what the infrastructure needs are. So once we've made forecasts for what we think the expenses are going to look like for the next 10 years, we can also make recommendations on how much we think the rate revenue needs to be adjusted in order to meet those needs, and potentially issue debt in some cases. Once we know how much rate revenue we need, then what we do is called the cost of service analysis, where we look at your different customers to make sure that we charge them. Yeah, next slide. There you go. Thank you. We do a cost of service analysis, which analyzes how many accounts we have of different types of customers, how much water they're using, how much sewage they're producing, the size of their connections, and so we can allocate costs proportionately to the different customer classes. And this is one of the cornerstones of Prop 218, making sure that we're fair and equitable in how we charge your customers. And the final step is the rate design, which is ultimately what the customer bills look like. How much of their bill is going to be fixed, how much of it's going to be variable, and just the general structure of what the rates look like. Next slide. So we do have to comply with Proposition 218 when we set rates. It's part of the California Constitution. It's a pretty simple law on the surface. It basically says you can't charge more than the cost of providing service. So that both means that you can't generate a profit, so you can't charge more for water service in the interest of transferring that money to the general fund to pay for some unrelated expense. You also can't charge one group of customers more to try to, in the interest of charging another group of customers less. So there's no cross-subsidization within the rates. And the other part of Prop 218 is procedural, whereas you have the authority to raise rates, but you do have to go through a public hearing process, send out a notice, give folks 45 days advance notice of the public hearing, and give them the opportunity to protest against the rates. And if more than 50% of the property owners come out in opposition of the rates, then you are not allowed to raise rates at that time. Next slide. So just a quick, by way of introduction, this is a survey that shows the rates up and down the 101 corridor. These numbers, this comparison of single-family water bill, a monthly water bill, isn't something that we use to base your rates on, but it's just a data point to show you that your rates are currently towards the bottom. You're not the most expensive in the region. We are proposing some rate increases, but I can tell you from firsthand experience that most of these folks are looking at similar rate increases. So you are not the most expensive, but we also do not use these numbers to inform how much we charge. Next slide. So jumping into the water enterprise financial plan, a quick snapshot just to give you a sense of revenue. About 90% of the revenue to the water enterprise comes from rates. There are other miscellaneous revenues, interest earnings, a little bit of transferring from the ad valorem tax, and some other miscellaneous operating revenue. Next slide. On the operating side for water enterprise, you can see that about 40% of the expenses are for salaries and benefits and 20% for debt service, and then other miscellaneous expenses. This is just to give you a sense of how much the enterprise spends in different categories. Next slide. So when we talk about capital infrastructure, this is, the operating expense isn't something that you can really change. The cost to pay your folks and the cost of chemicals and whatnot is something that's pretty steady every year. Capital spending is a different animal because capital spending is something that you can defer at the peril of your infrastructure. So lots of times you'll get pushback on the amount of capital spending, and there'll be questions about it. The recommendations that we have in this study are from city staff, engineering department, on the needs of the infrastructure. The infrastructure is aging. It needs to be replaced, and deferring capital spending can save you a little bit of money in the short term, but lots of times what happens if you defer it for too long, that infrastructure fails and you end up with sometimes dangerous situations, sometimes unreliable service. So it is really important to proactively address your capital infrastructure needs. Next slide. So this is a list of the program, the water capital spending program, different types of projects that are being proposed. I'm not going to read through all of these, but it's on the record and you can take a look at the different types of projects, but they do span the entirety of the system. If you go to the next slide, we can see what the numbers look like for these different projects. And you can see at the bottom line is that generally speaking, we're looking at about on average, about $3 million per year for capital spending. Next slide. This is a graph that shows both recent history in terms of capital spending and projected needs for future capital spending. And you can see that in the last 7 years there, the city has only averaged $130,000 in spending. There was a big debt issue last year. That hashed green represents debt funded capital spending, and there was a pretty large project that was spread amongst several departments within the city. And so that represents a spike in the capital spending recently, but going forward, we do expect the spending to increase pretty significantly. Next slide. One of the questions that has come up and that we have been very transparent about from the beginning is, what's changed between now and 5 years ago when I was here doing a water rate study and making recommendations on rate increases. And at the time, there was a pretty significant increase in capital spending that was projected. And I just wanted to show what we were projecting back in 2020 and what's actually happened. So you can see that the actual or what was projected back in 2020 was higher spending in 23, 24, 25, 22, 23, 24. It did not anticipate the big solar project that was recently funded, so that wasn't on the books at the time. So that's why you see in 25 the spending exceeded the what was forecasted at the time. But generally speaking, if you add up all the numbers, I'm sorry, could you move the translation box? There's just a important there. Thank you. The sum of the 2020 plan through 2032 was almost $22 million. And now if we look at that same time period, we're looking at $25.4 million. So about just over $3 million more than what we had anticipated there. And that extra $3 million is part of what's driving the increase in rate increases that we're proposing. Next slide. In terms of reserves, these are similar to the reserve recommendations previously, and they're very important in order to keep a good credit rating if and when you need to issue debt. So that's a contingency reserve, or we also call an operating reserve of $1 million, and a $3 million replacement reserve, which could also be called a capital reserve. So these are both very consistent with industry standard and best practices. Next slide. So this graph, I'll slow down a little bit here because this graph is showing all of the numbers that I've just discussed in one graph. So it's a 10-year projection of cash flow for the water enterprise. The top graph is comparing revenues versus expenses. So the columns represent your total expenses. It's your operating costs at the bottom. The hashed blue is your debt service. The light blue at the top is your capital spending. So those are that's all the money going out. The background green is your revenue. So the bottom green is miscellaneous revenue. The light green in the middle is your existing rate revenue with existing rates. And the darker green at the top is the additional revenue you'll get with the proposed rate increases. And the way to read that graph is anytime the columns are higher than the background green, that's a deficit year where your expenses are higher than your revenues. And so you'll be drawing down on your reserves. And vice versa. When the background green is higher than the columns, then that's a surplus year where you're building your reserves. And you can see that play out in the line graph that's in the middle of that green line is what we're projecting will happen to the reserve. So you're currently at a very healthy, about almost $8 million in reserves. That's great because you're going to need all those reserves. You can see over the next 6 years, 7 years, you're going to be drawing down on those reserves pretty aggressively and dipping down to somewhere between your minimum reserves, which is that dashed red line, and your target reserves, which is the black line. So we are drawing down the reserves and then building them back up in year 10. All this will require the rate increases that are shown at the bottom, so 7% per year for the next 5 years, and then 6% thereafter. One thing I do want to point out in this graph, I had an alternative presentation that I don't think I didn't send it in time. But during a subcommittee meeting a couple weeks ago, the question was asked, what would happen if there's a 75-unit development that's potentially going to come in? And that represents about a 1% increase to your customer base if that were to happen. That's basically like a 1% rate increase in terms of the additional revenue that you're going to get from those folks. So if that were to happen, we could assume 6% per year in year one, and then everything else would be the same. So, I defer to council's decision on whether you'd like me to assume that that is going to get booked and we go with 6% in year one, followed by 7%, or if we be more conservative, more cautious, and, if it weren't to happen, make sure that we have the full 7% in all 5 years. Next slide. So what changed between 22? I'm sorry, if you could go back to the previous slide, there was one thing I didn't point out. In the bottom left corner, you see that back in 2020, we did a 10-year rate study back then. We adopted 5 years, and then we made a forecast what would happen in the next 5 years. And you can see in the blue in the bottom, we had anticipated that you would need 7% per year in 27, 28, just like we're proposing. But then in 29, 20, 30, and 31, we were hoping it would drop down to 3%. So what's changed? Now, if you can go to the next slide. To explain why those rate increases are now higher is that there was almost a 20% decrease in water usage that's happened since that time. So that's resulted in about $250,000 in revenue drop that we had not anticipated. Operating costs are about 2% higher than what we had forecasted. We made some inflation assumptions at the time, and we were off by about 2%. Those increases are largely driven by an increase in the overhead allocation that we didn't forecast. And there's also a new FTE position that was added to the treatment plant that we hadn't anticipated at the time. And then finally, as we talked about previously, capital spending is going to be $3.5 million more over that same time period. Next slide. So in terms of the actual rates, you can go to the next slide. These are the actual rates that are being proposed for year one. So the average spending across all customers will be 7%, but the rates themselves are going up by slightly different amounts. The usage rate, so the variable part of the bill, is going to be we're proposing to increase it by 8.8%. And then the fixed base charge is only going up by around 2%. And that's just because of the cost of service analysis resulted in more variable costs and fewer fixed costs. Next slide. In terms of what those numbers mean for actual customers, these numbers are a little bit more helpful to look at. So for example, a single family home with low water usage and a 1-inch meter is currently paying about $72.62 per month with their water usage of 4 units. In year one, that would increase by about $3.65 per month, which is a 5% increase. If you look at other types of customers, depending if they're high water users or different meter sizes, you can see that the percent increase to the different customers depends on the size of their meter and the amount of water they use. But overall, the average increase across all customers is 7%. That's in year one. In year two, everyone will see exactly the same 7% increase because the rate structures will have already been adjusted at that time. Next slide. So this is just a table that shows all of the rates over the next 5 years. Again, year one can be 6% if directed by City Council. Next slide. And then this is a survey. That first survey I showed was a combined water and sewer bill. This shows with just the water, City of Cloverdale is pretty much in the middle of the pack and will continue to be there even with the 7% increase. Next slide. So going on to wastewater, similar presentation. So a similar profile in terms of rates. Almost 90% of the revenue comes from rate revenue, and then the rest from ad valorem and interest earnings. Next slide. Operating costs are similar as well. Not quite as much debt service relative to water, but about 45% in salaries and benefits, and similar profile otherwise. Next slide. Reserve policies are the same, not the same numbers, but same general idea where we do about 4 months of operating reserve and the replacement reserve, capital reserve, is based on capital spending. Next slide. This is a list of the capital spending projects for sewer. And again, I won't read through all these because I'm not familiar enough with them myself to speak about them intelligently, but I can show you on the next slide the numbers associated with the costs associated with those projects. Next slide, please. So this is shows at the bottom here an average spending of about $800,000 per year, with a kind of a spike coming up in fiscal 2030. Next slide. The capital spending for sewer has been a bit more active recently than water. So the average has been about $300,000, and going forward, it's going to be about $900,000. The sewer project or enterprise also participated in that same debt service or the same solar project. And but overall, we are looking at capital spending tripling what we've done recently. Next slide. And same picture here. I mean, it's a slightly different story, but same idea. Wanted to show what we had anticipated would happen with capital spending back in 2020 study and what we currently believe is going to happen with the current study. But you can see the bottom line that after those 10 years, those 12 years, the capital spending actually is almost identical, what we thought it would happen back then and what we think is going to happen now. The timing is a little different than what we had previously anticipated, but the total is about the same. Next slide. And same graph that shows the total outcome of all the numbers. In this case, you can see that we are in the middle graph. The line graph shows the reserves are, again, starting from a pretty strong position. Again, for water and for sewer, the reason that the reserves are in a stronger position is because the capital spending didn't happen as quickly as we had originally anticipated, but those projects are still in the books. The city's still planning on delivering them, and so we will be drawing down on reserves over the next 6 years, you can see, and drawing them down to about target levels. And we'll need about 4% rate increases per year in order to be able to do that. The previously forecasted increases were 3% per year, so pretty similar, but a little bit lower than what we're proposing. Next slide. And again, that decrease in water usage affected sewer, not as much as the water enterprise, a little bit more indirect in terms of the impacts on revenue, but it's still just over $100,000 per year in revenue shortfall. And then those same operating costs also affected the wastewater enterprise with the overhead allocation costs going up, and they also added a new position at the treatment plant. Next slide. These are the actual rates. Again, slightly different from the 4% increase, depending on the component because of the cost allocation results. The one anomaly here is public schools. We unfortunately are seeing a pretty big increase on the average daily attendance rate. The reason for that, and I think folks up on council are aware of this phenomenon, is that the average daily attendance for schools in Cloverdale has been decreasing. There's fewer students at the schools. But when we did the analysis, the schools are using the same amount of water, the same amount of wastewater is being generated as previously. So unfortunately, what that means is that the average cost per student has to go up. And so a lot of that 27% is driven almost entirely just by the fact that their costs are remaining essentially the same, but it has to be divided amongst fewer children that were in school. Next slide. And same survey, just for sewer, you can see you currently have by far the cheapest sewer rates in the region, and the increases will only nudge that up a little bit. Again, we don't base our rates on these surveys, but it is interesting to see that the city has been able to control costs on the wastewater side so effectively. Next slide. And here's the proposed rates for the next 5 years. I'll go ahead and skip through this one because it's just a bunch of numbers that don't really mean much. But the next slide's more helpful. Next slide, please. We didn't do the bill impact analysis, but this does show the proposed combined bill for the city of Cloverdale that shows that you'll go from second lowest in the region to third lowest in the region, which is not a big jump. And again, just a data point for your consideration. Next slide. Okay, that concludes this presentation. We gave a preliminary recommendation to this council back in April. We met with the subcommittee in June, earlier this month. We're here this evening making this final recommendation. We are asking for council's direction to staff to be able to send out the Prop 218 notice, which will have these rates described on them. And we would need to get those mailed out by July 1st. So we have a short week to get those out the door. We would be posting a deadline for objections by August 16th, and the objections refer to a new process. It's called AB 2257, whereby if anybody out there feels like it's not a matter of whether they protesting the rates, but more do they think that the rates are illegal. If you have any legal objections or any legal challenges to the rates, they have until August 16th to submit their legal objections and their reasons for that, which is a benefit to the city, because if they see something illegal that somehow escapes our view, then that gives us an opportunity to make the corrections before we actually adopt the rates that would otherwise be problematic. And the other benefit is that if people fail to do this legal objection to the rates by that deadline, then they no longer, they give up the ability to sue the city in the future. So they'd have to wait until the next rate increase in order to have standing to be able to sue the city. So this is their opportunity to object through an administrative process. And then we would be holding the public hearing late in August, and the first rate increase would be in September. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Great presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, and maybe I'd like to hear from the rest of the council and return. Just when I see in the presentation about the delayed spending, that would also mean delayed completion for capital improvement projects?
Well, I mean, they would be the spending and spending and the completion would be sort of hand in hand. I can't speak to the details on that. I would defer to staff.
Because that's really the biggest issue that I see is just, I think, the city being accountable for what we're asking the citizens and the ratepayers to pay. Right. Is that I think if we're promising something, that we need to deliver it. That's where, possibly considering a different, maybe a time period that when we'd expect to complete some of the projects that were promised originally. But I did see on one of the charts that the 2020 projections were showing some of those original projects in the 2020 projection were still going to be completed in 2032. Is that correct?
Yeah, the specific projects that were listed in 2020, the list of projects has changed. I think some of those projects are the same, but I think some have fallen off and new ones have been added. So I can't speak to exactly which ones will be deferred all the way until 2032. But yeah, that's the staff's current assessment of what's needed.
So for me, I think that's kind of that would be critical information, is kind of what promises were made in 2020, what we've completed. And if there's an interim period that, we can have a moderate rate increase, I'd be leaning into that.
Okay.
I have a question, and there may not be an answer for this, but okay, we have a 19% decrease in water usage, resulting in a revenue shortfall of $273,000 per year. Is there any way to correct that so that, because people have gone out of their way to use less water, which in my mind they should be rewarded for, but unfortunately their rates are going up because of that. So is there any way to kind of balance that out better for the people paying for the water.
You know, it's one of the unfortunate realities with water, the industry as a whole. It's always hard to explain, but you're absolutely right. That's exactly what happens. You ask people to conserve, and when they do, it generally means that the rates go up. The only way to truly avoid that phenomenon is you structure your rates so that your fixed costs are exactly aligned with your fixed portion of the bill, so that, and your variable costs are directly aligned with the variable part of the bill. So when water usage drops, your costs drop exactly in proportion with that. The reason that folks don't do that is because your fixed costs generally, I mean, depending on who you are, can be as high as 90% of your costs, which basically means that folks receive a bill that they can do nothing about in terms of, affecting their bill. If 90% of it's fixed, then only 10% of it changes if you reduce your water, which means no one's going to bother changing their water patterns, right? So it's an ugly part of the industry that people try to find solutions for. There are different mechanisms that can help alleviate that, but that's generally what's causing that to happen.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of a rate increase. Obviously, we're not going to outrun inflation, and our system is going to continually age. So once this council is presented with the information to sustain our system versus what past councils have done, like I've heard the term up here, kick the can down the road, and now here we are. So like I said, I'm never a fan of rate increases because I'm always thinking, what's the city doing with my tax dollars? And if I'm still getting water out of the faucet, why is it costing me more? So I appreciate your presentation. I think it's pretty focused on what's happened in the past and what has to happen in the future. So yeah, but appreciate Mark, what you've done tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the double-edged sword that no one likes right here.
That's right. Yeah.
You conserve water, you do a great thing for your community and the environment, and you get charged more money for it. It's unfortunate that the state also, to this point, one of the things we haven't talked about tonight is the state has regulated us so much that we have a person that is almost 40 hours a week just doing new reporting to the state and county of water use and different things that have to be documented now that we didn't have 5 years ago. And so it's almost a full-time position for that person that, you see, oh, well, they hired somebody. Well, we had no choice on a lot of this. And you also have succession plans, which is difficult, as our wastewater treatment plant has 2 people that have been here for over 30 years. And so we're working on ways to have succession plans for Cloverdale. One of the things that I want to ask about, you had talked about we could possibly do 6% this year because of the new 75 units. Kevin or Derek, do you have any idea how much water they are using and if this would be justified, or if this is going to actually screw us over for next year and have to have a higher than 7% rate increase?
I believe the new units was helpful, right? Because we would be then.
Yeah, I mean, it's about it would be your equivalent of 1% growth. I think it's impossible to know how much water they'll use. I mean, it is multifamily, so it won't be a lot less. They won't have big yards or anything. But a big part of the revenue is the fixed charge, and so you can count on that source of revenue. So if they come online, then I think the dropping it to 6% is pretty safe. It's just the only risk there is if for whatever reason the project doesn't happen.
Did you have more to that, Eric?
We are going to see some projects coming online, and just step back to the water and wastewater CIP projects. We definitely whittled down the large list of CIP projects and kind of refining them to just being the numbers that are really guiding this rate increase for projects that we feel that historic projects that for some reason did not get done that need to get done now, and projects going forward that are going to kind of set up our system to become a proactive system of maintenance, not a reactive system of maintenance, because it's really expensive to operate that way. And so having these projects kind of whittled down to the necessary needs is what we've done. And these are the list of projects that we feel that we can deliver in that time frame. So we're not having this discussion of projects that not getting done over and over. That being said, with the additional developments coming online, we're looking at multiple housing developments in the near future coming online. Some of them single meter feeding multiple units, some of them multiple meters feeding multiple units. And it would be good to, I think maybe being able to quantify that water use is hard now, but doing a kind of a mid-year adjustment as each of these developments come online and we get kind of a baseline for usage, kind of reviewing that and assessing that into our future. Because we can always amend it down if council chooses. We can't, or we could, but it's not easy to go back up. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Okay, so at the bottom of slide 15, you had a forecasted in 2020 study that was done, and it's listed the percentages of 7% and then 7% and then 3 threes. In 2022, I believe it was, we didn't do one of these rate increases. It was the very first one we said we're not going to do it for this year and see how things go. And it actually is why we're seeing a little bit more of this as well, is we didn't have the money to pay for the capital improvement projects and we needed to up the percentages to cover that as well. So if we didn't do one now, it's going to hurt us more because not only would it be 7% next year, it's the money that you lost off of that 7%. So now it's 7% plus probably a 3% plus your new 7%, which, mathematically is going to be worse for us than if we do it now. Have other cities raised their rates yet this year that you know of that are on our charts?
Those are all rates that are I'm expecting to be live on, or that they've projected for July 1, so in a week.
So that's what you're expecting. You're not expecting anyone else to raise higher than what you were showing us.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where they
just wanted to know if they were going to
for the
up
coming
even
year, yeah.
more and drop us further down.
But they generally all have 5-year schedule that they've adopted, and generally speaking, those rate increases are between 4% and 10%, depending on which one, which utility. I don't know anyone whose rates are staying static.
Right. Solar savings. Do we have any idea of what that's going to realize?
That's what I was going to ask. Part of the debt financing is the turnkey program that we participated in with PG&E, and a big portion of that was the large photovoltaic at the wastewater plant. It's only been turned on for maybe 2 months now. So part of the pitch on that project was that the savings would pay, the electric savings would pay for a lot of that financing. So I think it is an opportunity for some savings. I don't know exactly how much, but.
Well, we can't predict it. I was wondering if you had numbers yet. If you don't, what I would ask is that we monitor it. And if you see that we can do a mid-year rate decrease, it'd be nice to know, or a follow-up of some sort.
We had the projections of what it would, but I don't know if.
We have scheduled in the mid-year budget, we have scheduled to do the adjustment directly to the budget for the utility cost that we're paying. We budget I think it's $230,000 in our budget for the wastewater utility costs, and we're going to do a direct deduction of that specific budget in the mid-year update with when we get the power numbers. So we assume 15. We did assume a $15,000 initial, but we're hoping it's vastly more than that.
Okay. And then let me get back to another slide I had here. I apologize. There. Okay, so the school increases, it was a 27% increase for the school district. ADA went down, but the numbers of the water usage went up. And so the wastewater, do we calculate the wastewater fees off of the water that is used at the school? And if we do, are we subtracting the water that they use to water fields and things like that so that we're not calculating that to raise them 27% instead of
Susie?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the cost of service analysis, as I described earlier in the presentation, looks at different customer classes and tries to estimate how much wastewater they're generating. And one of the analyses was looking at this specifically at the schools and making sure that we weren't looking at the meters that did irrigation. So we're really trying to focus on what their indoor water usage is, which translates roughly into wastewater production.
Yes.
And so the rates that we're proposing are based as best we can with the best available data on the amount of wastewater generated by the schools.
Perfect. As former school board, I just wanted to make sure that the irrigation was not getting included if we could even possibly do that. So thank you on that. That's all the questions I have. Let's go down the line again and then.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Going back to that 6% that would be related to new housing coming online, would that be sort of a year after year that would change all those 7s to 6s?
No, it'd just be once.
It would just
be year 1 would be 6, and then the rest would all be 7s.
Okay. So that I'm just trying to understand how that works. If it's not a continual savings, why would it just be?
Well, it's when your customer group increases in size by 1%, because basically that's how big that development is, about 1% of the city. It's the equivalent of a one-time rate increase of 1%. So it replaces one of the 1% of increases that you need. But they don't keep growing year after year, so it's just a one-time impact.
I guess I would think of it as continual income. I'm sorry if I'm not understanding correctly, but thinking of it as continual income that would add to the overall users that would sort of supplement, the whole system,
right,
to cover the functionality of.
Right. So that if you think of that 1% in year 1 that's being removed, that same 1% will also not be there the next year because we forego the one. So we do 6 instead of 7. And so the next year, your rates will be still 1% lower than they would have been in the year after there. This will be 1% lower. So it's a permanent impact on the future rates, but you only do it once.
Okay. Then, my thoughts go back to the solar, something that, we don't have the numbers for that yet, and maybe don't have the exact impacts for the new construction. I might go back to some of those decisions that were made, in the previous council to kind of go with a 3% increase. I think that for me, that feels like the fair thing to do for our ratepayers until some of the other promises sort of had caught up. If there's a delay on what was promised, I understand deferred maintenance and that idea, but I think maybe with the reserves is at the level that they're at, I think that's a possibility.
If you defer the rate increases, but you deliver the capital spending that's being proposed, the impact is that your reserves will drop even more dramatically. And at one point in the future, you're going to have to right the ship. It's going to be diving, and you're going to have to correct it before it goes below 0, or else you'll have negative balance, which isn't okay. So the impact would be that you're going to need to do some sort of rate spike in the future, where that could be in the double digits in order to right the ship.
To bring it back to what it is today. Do you know what the reserve level was in 2020?
Not
when we
off the top of
started
my
the
head,
rate
no.
increase?
No.
Nobody knows?
I could look it up, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. I think that's kind of an important factor in evaluating that decision because, the reserves are there, ideally for something like this to sort of allow us to catch up a little bit.
Right.
So I think that's kind of some key information in making that evaluation.
I mean, I can open my computer. And
Susie's
look
looking right now.
Okay.
Let's see if she can find it. If you want to continue while she's looking.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's all. Please.
I just have a quick question for Derek. Is there anything we can do? Like we promised people, we're getting these smart meters and our water leak detection thing was going to be better. But then we had a gentleman come in here and he had a water leak and it wasn't detected because the person was on vacation. Eric came in from Eric's Automotive. Is there anything we can do to make sure that doesn't happen again, where we have constant water leak detection?
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear. She was on vacation for one day, but then the
Right.
weekend happened. And so she didn't catch it on Thursday, but over the weekend that happened. She did call him on Monday. So I just want to make sure that, you know, it is being caught and we are calling, but I mean.
Can we
if
do
it's a
something like where if that person's gone, they have a replacement while they're gone, just so that sort of thing doesn't happen again, or no?
That'd be something we'd have to discuss with staff to add to our
Okay.
job.
I just, you know, because that's one of the things we promise the residents of Cloverdale. So.
Yeah, the residents do have access to the software that they can set up for a maximum usage, daily usage, monthly usage, and they can set up notifications to themselves. So they can kind of self-monitoring, and we're seeing quite a bit of that with tracking small leaks that weren't tracked before on the mutating disk meters and things like that. But it's definitely, you know, customers can self-monitor that as tightly as they want to, you know, and they can get notifications.
Well, thank you for explaining that because I didn't know that part.
So to answer your question, I'm looking at the presentation that was given in 2020 for the water enterprise, and the water enterprise had just over $3 million at that time, and so now it's around $8 million, and that completely tracks with this, you know, the explanation we've been given, which is that plan anticipated capital spending, which has been delayed. It hasn't gone away; it just hasn't been delivered yet. And so we're at $8 million now, but we are planning on drawing that down pretty aggressively over the next 10 years.
I guess it shows that there wasn't double rate increases, but the reserve did grow with single digit increases.
That what did grow? Sorry,
The reserve.
The reserve grew because the capital spending didn't happen. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate part also of kicking the can down the road is now we are having to fix all the problems that they didn't do for the last 60 years. And so if we want to try to stop being reactive and be proactive, we want to have the water that we need as our town grows. We want to add the water storage that we need for fire service as they have 2 houses on fire at the same time during the summer when we can't pull it and you have a curtailment order and you can't fill your tanks. These are the things we have to do, unfortunately. You know, I don't like my bills being higher either. However, the state mandates certain regulations, the cost to do the work and the cost to update, the cost to fix your 60 and 80-year-old pipes into the ground. This is unfortunately something we have to do. And so I know I like the idea of the 6% for this one because that 6% is going to make it a total of 13 next year and then and keep going. So it's saving our customers money. And it saves more if we do it now versus if we wait. So I think that's the direction I would be leaning. So if everyone's not up here, if you don't mind, I'm going to open it up to the public and get any questions or comments. And before I do, I would like to say a member of the public, Rob Kozlowski, gave us a written statement regarding this, and it will be attached to the agenda.
And just one more point to make, I should have mentioned this earlier, but the same concept applies to sewer where the 4% increases. If we keep that, or if we go with the assumption of the 75 unit, it would be 3% in year 1 and then 4% for the other years.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone in the public would like to make a comment? Please come forward.
While the public come forward, just to clarify, Derek mentioned it earlier briefly, but these rates, when you put out the notice, that just is the maximum rates you decide you could adopt. So if you have 7 in the rate now, you could still decide after the public hearing you want to do 6.
Thank you, Alex. Please.
Hi, my name is Tasha Hart, and I'm a resident of Cloverdale. I just want to say I really feel for you guys. I do all the water compliance for my work, drinking, storm, and waste. And so that being said, I mean, just for our MBR where we recycle water, that bill just to do analysis 1 time a month is like $1,200. So I can't imagine what your bill is for the city. And that being said, I think it would be really important to show your constituents how much just that costs. It's a lot of money, and people just don't realize what goes into it. I mean, I understand it because it's something that I do every month. And in my systems are considered small, non-community water systems, and you're dealing with a municipality. And so I think I understand, he's showing like more of a broader thing here, but just for your constituents to see the daily, how much testing is being done, what's being tested. And I know that you have to put out a report every year, a CCR. I do those reports as well. But we really, to understand the rates, to see how much work and effort and money goes into it would be really important and a lot easier for us to understand why those rates go up. It's the permits themselves, just for a small community water system, can be anywhere from $10,000 to over $20,000 a year. And that's just the permit for drinking water or storm water. And that's a small water system that isn't a municipality with thousands of residents. So I'm advocating that for everybody because I understand it. And I think it would be a lot easier for other people to understand if they saw those numbers. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Starr, once again. I just want to confirm I understand the part about the 75 units. Whether you decide to go the 6% or the 7% in the initial year, is that each year, and I think I got this from you, that you can't show the profit or the loss. So you'd have to adjust going forward to make sure it all balances out. And if that's the case, then whatever you decide, you're going to make it work coming out in the end. The part that is not clear to me based on that chart is if you put in those 75 units up front, you're changing the dynamics between the allocation of the single family versus the multifamily versus the industrial, and just leaving that until the second year adjustment, then actually overbills, say, the single family units because you don't have it built into the multifamily units in the first year. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point on that.
I hope it's okay to ask a question. I'm not techie, and I would like to get that app or whatever it is. So because it seems like my use is really high, and I don't have a washing machine, and I don't have a lawn. So if I call the city, can someone help me? Or if I come in, can someone help me? Okay, I can help you with your medical needs. Call me if you have a wound. But I'm not techie, so thank you. And it's a very good presentation.
Thank you, Diana. Is there any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. We'll go down the line again. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think I really support the work that our water departments are doing. My question really before giving my recommendation would be, with the reserves that we have right now, if we were to go with a 3% increase for 1 year, maybe followed by 6, or maybe jump back into, let's say 3% for 1 year and revisit things after 1 year, how much would that draw down the reserves potentially, or roughly?
Can't put a Gemini. No, ignore him.
I believe our ending reserve would be about 15% if we cut it.
Of what it is right now. So we would cut it by 85%.
Our ending reserve at the end of 2027,
Would be
15%.
of what it is. So we would cut that down by 85%. We'd use 85% of the reserves.
We would have a
No.
15% reserve.
15%.
Yeah.
You
and
try to maintain a
currently-
reserve of around 25%.
Yeah.
25%.
At a minimum. And so this would cut us down to about 15%, which is 10% below what any city wants to keep in as a reserve.
And that covers our emergency needs. If something goes down, that's where we're drawing money from to repair
Yeah.
things that we need to keep our system running.
Yes.
Okay.
Susie, do you know what it would be at the end of the 5-year? Because they compound. I thought that was the first question you were asking about the overall 5-year.
Yeah, I guess was, let's say, revisit this in a year if we were to cut, just do a 3% rate increase, with a $8 million reserve, where would we be at, in a year?
I don't think.
3% per year instead of the 7%?
Mhm.
What would the outcome be?
Mhm. He's going to tell you. He's going to.
Thank you.
For the initial year?
Just for the initial year. I was, the thought is to revisit it and,
To only do one, you're saying we should only adopt one.
well, for that initial year, because it's hard to say. I think, my thought is some of the projects might have been delayed. I think if that gives the city some time to catch up and it kind of is in line with what was promised in 2020.
Okay, so I just want to point out that we're requesting 5 years, right?
5 years, yeah.
If we only do one, we're going to have Mark back here next year. and
So
we're
yeah,
gonna pay him
potentially that could be
again.
like a 3, 6, 7, 7, 7. Yeah. Okay.
So the scenario that you're asking for is if we limit it to just 3% in year one and the rest stays the same?
Yeah, maybe let's say like after 1 year, where would our reserves be? I'm curious to see how, if we were to have an interim period, allowing some catch-up time, where would that put us?
It wouldn't be problematic until 2034. If we kept all the other rates the same, could you put this, I'm sorry, sir. Could you put the slides back up to slide about 15? So the graph that he'll be showing is the summary graph that showed the 10 years and it showed the reserves at 8 million and then dropping down steadily until it reached kind of a bottom around 2033. So the answer to your question is that the problems wouldn't be immediate because of the health of reserves. You can run on the health of your reserves for a while, but you would eventually be below your minimum reserve level, even with 7% per year and then 6% per year. So this graph right here, if we replace that very first 7 with the 3% and everything else remained the same, then that green line would drop below the red dash line, so below your absolute minimum level that's safe. In 2032, 2033, you would drop below that level. So that what that means is that at some point between years 2 and years 7, you'd have to do something higher than what's showing up there to make up for lost time.
And otherwise, if we go with what's proposed, let's say we did 6% in the first year, followed by the 7%, would we drop below at a certain point?
No, because no, you would not. You'd be fine.
Okay. That would keep us a healthy reserve.
Yeah.
And what are other cities working with?
I'm sorry?
What do you know some reserve percentages that the other cities are operating with?
Oh, so that minimum reserve level that's up there, that dashed red line, that's the percentage is referring to your operating budget. And so that you say a 25% reserve means if you look at your annual operating budget, you want to keep at least 25% of that cost in there. So that's pretty standard. That's a 3-month reserve is pretty standard. But you don't want to just have that one reserve. You want to also have a debt reserve that protects you against lower debt, if you have existing debt. And then the capital reserve is an additional debt. So it's multiple layers of debt policy. But absolute minimum, is that 3 months. I've never seen anyone go below the 3 months.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mark.
that's a really
Thank you,
bad sign.
Susie, and
Okay.
thank you, Derek. I would lean into going with the 6%, followed by the 7% for the following years.
I would love it if we could keep the costs down, because I know people are paying more for food, more for gas, more for housing. And we have a lot of people in Cloverdale who are low income or fixed income. But I think due to the fact that costs are rising to take care of leaks and everything else, that we need to go with the 6% the first year and 7% after that.
Yeah, like I said previously, I'm not for rate increases, but I understand the component of the infrastructure behind what makes the water system run. And if you don't maintain your system, it'll age out faster than you think it will. So even though these projections, it sounds great, lower it in the first 2 years, but that kicks the can once again down the road, and you're looking at double percentage increases put on the ratepayers down the road. And I think that's more burdensome than allocating, your budget for the impacts that we face now as a city. So I would, the chart speaks for itself. 7% is sustainable, and 6% forecasted maintains a healthy system.
The good thing to remember for everyone in the public, and I loved your idea, and I'm going to ask that staff bring back any numbers they can for the hearing on August 26th. Any numbers that can show how much it truly costs for a lot of this reporting and things that go on. It might help. I like that idea. Thank you, Natasha. One thing for the public to remember is the city can't make money off of water. We can't take our water money, charge you more, and put it into our general fund. It has to be used for water projects, wastewater projects with wastewater money. And so we don't overcharge anyone. It's what it takes to maintain your system and keep you having water when you turn on your tap. Based on what Alex, our attorney, has stated, that we can adjust this at the public hearing only lower, not higher, I would suggest right now we move forward with the 7% that is being requested, and then have the city come back with some numbers, maybe a little bit tighter numbers that can show us why we can justify that 6%, which could help us make that decision, more informed decision with that in August. But I don't want to say 6% and then have the numbers not be able to be justified, and then we're coming back next year for a 9%, because that's kind of how it works. So that would be my suggestion, is that we allocate for the full 7 now, but in August, they can come back and be able to prove why we should do 6 and make it easier for us to make that decision.
Sure. I know, it's just really hard. I think that most people don't realize that they can literally go to a state website and see what Cloverdale has reported to the state. And that you can see all of the, that there's a website where you can see all of the analysis, there's CCRs, everything that you have reported, and that is all public record. It doesn't have to necessarily come from the city of Cloverdale, but I think most of us do not realize that all of that information is there. And if it was even just shared on your website, here's the link, you plug in Cloverdale, it's right there. You can see what your coliform was, what, E. coli was. All of that information is at our fingertips. But unless you do this every day, you don't know that it exists, right?
Yeah.
So that's all. That's what I was.
Thank you for that information. That's good. Okay, so with that, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So looking at the project schedule, I see there's a following public hearing before the first rate increase. And then the other
factors having to do with like sort of getting some information about the solar, what we could reduce on the solar, what might be, I mean, the housing, the 1% for the housing, I mean, that's kind of, it's going to take a long time to really get that information. So I think it would be safe to go with the 6%. I think, the fact that solar is online, I think we can take that chance. I think that might, with the housing and the solar together, I think it also might show the public, I mean, it's 1%, but it's also showing the public that we're trying to work with something that might, maybe diffuse some of the objections.
It is to be noted the solar project, the 660 kilowatt solar project, that will affect the wastewater only. The lion's share of the solar. There is solar at the water plant, but it's quite small. We don't anticipate it being over that $15,000 mark that we've already accounted for. The wastewater is what we're going to see, hopefully in the six figures of an offset. That percentage point we're talking about in the wastewater only.
So with the potential offset, do you think that in combination with the new housing can bring us down to say that 6% would be safe?
I don't think that the wastewater correlates into making the 7 a 6 on the water side. And I would be more comfortable with coming back to the council with the housing count.
Okay.
We can do it through my department. We can get a housing count of what's been hooked up and what's in the future, and kind of get a timeline for when those are going to come online, so you guys can make a informed decision of whether that 6% is going to be merited, or my fear is it's going to barely offset the 19% that we're looking at, right? And bring us back up to the zero that we, our regular kind of usage amount.
Okay. And the timeline to find out about the merit of the new housing, would that happen before August 26th? It would probably.
Yeah, we should be able to do an audit and get kind of a rough idea of how many meters are going to come online in the next, in this calendar year.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. And the question at the August 26th public hearing, is there an option for the council to adopt the 6% for the first year at that time?
Yeah, so the notice that gets sent out establishes what the maximum rates could be. But you will adopt a resolution after the public hearing on the 26th, assuming there's not a majority protest, and you can set those below what the maximum rate is.
Okay.
And then again, later on, if you want to adjust in that 5-year schedule because lots of housing came on faster than we thought or something, you can adjust later on as long as it's not above the maximum.
Okay. So we could adopt the 7% today, as the proposal as is, and coming back October 26th, that'll give us time to hear from the public, if they have any objections, and we can really make our final decision with some more informed decision at that point. Thank you.
I'm fine with adopting the 7% today, and then if we can go lower later, going lower.
Yeah, agreed. Adopt the 7%, see what the wastewater comes back with solar, and then adjust accordingly. But my fear is once a government entity takes your money, it's hard to get a refund. But I'll go with the 7%.
Well, the good thing is right now we're actually just directing staff to proceed with the Prop 218 noticing. And so if what I hear direction from the council is to do it at a 7% level for the wastewater and water rate adjustments, and then we can set the public hearing date for August 26th. And at that point, we can come back with some new information and do the public hearing and do our adjustment. There, thank you. Thank you all for your participation in that one.
So, and we don't need, this was just direction. There's no resolution. We don't need, I saw heads all nodding. So that's what we'll do and proceed with that.
Correct. Can we take that short break? It looks like family emergencies are running in the water tonight. So if we could take a 10-minute break, it'd be great. Come back, open back up at 8:45-ish.
I think the notice is good as it stands because they went with the 7%. I mean, I'll take a quick look at it, but I think you're good to mail it out.
The next item, looks like we are. H2, consider adoption of the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Is that you, Derek?
Yes, that's me. Just making sure we're pointing that way. I just got the water contingency plan, or the urban water management plan, and water shortage contingency plan. This is the second time the city council is seeing this. At the November 10th meeting, the city conducted the required public hearing, received public comment, and provided council and public a presentation and opportunity to review and discuss the plan. I just want to reiterate that the urban water management plan is not a groundwater basin study, a water rights determination, a safety yield analysis, or a project-specific water availability study. It does not approve developments, allocate water to specific projects, or determine physical amounts of water present in the basin at any given time. Rather, it is a planning assumption and a regulatory scenario to evaluate how the city will respond under normal, dry year, drought, curtailments, or emergency conditions. Since the June 10th public hearing, I've received and reviewed public comments. Some of these comments request minor clarifications to portions of the urban water management plan text, including how certain plan assumption, drought scenarios, curtailment conditions, and future uncertainties are described. Staff is continuing to review those comments for possible clarifying details. Staff does not anticipate those potential clarifications to change the core analysis, findings, or recommendations of the urban water management plan. We do recommend that tonight you receive the plan as is and adopt it. And staff is going to determine if those clarifications are needed in the change of the text, and we'll bring an amendment back to you for the urban water management plan for that text clarification. But we've reviewed them and found that none of the requests or comments are for specific data changes or line items to the plan. They're clarification of text, most of them based. And then we also have Bonnie Robson here on the, is she here? Oh, she's available for questions. She's on Zoom.
Great, thank you. We'll start down the line. Councilmember?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Now there's, the urban water management plan and the water shortage contingency plan are very large documents, so I do have a lot of questions, so I appreciate your patience. So starting first to last, there was a section 2.42. It says coordination with other agencies and the community. I just noticed that the public hearing notices are not included in Appendix D. There was 3 letters that were there, but the public noticing, I did not see included in the appendix.
The public notices that were included in the agenda packet?
They're in the agenda packet. This is the item that was at the previous meeting.
Okay.
So the noticing was in that.
Okay.
You guys move the item to a date certain, so that the noticing just kind of falls through, so you don't post it again because it wasn't for this meeting.
You want to know why they're not included
in the urban water management plan? It has a mention that the notices will be included in the appendix. Not that they weren't included in the packet, but just there in the report.
Yeah, because they'll be included in the final draft.
In the final one. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
you have the public review draft.
Okay, excellent. And then 6.2.1, it says the groundwater basin underlying the city is the Alexander Valley groundwater basin, specifically the Cloverdale area sub-basin, DWR basin number 1-54-02. Per the California's Water Bulletin 118, the basin has an approximate storage capacity of 71,000 acre feet, although groundwater levels have been declining. And one question I had with that, do you know any of the contributing factors to the declining acreage feet storage?
That led to the addition of that line. Bonnie, do you have any background on the addition to that line?
I
on
don't
that?
immediately know the background. It would have been based on monitoring conditions over time, but I do not recall immediately what DWR may have determined may have been the cause of that.
Because that data was sourced from DWR.
Correct.
Okay.
It's based on monitoring.
Yeah, I guess with the some of the factors with the lack of metering in the valley, or in the sub basin, in the basin in general, I'm wondering what might be some contributing factors. I know looking at our urban water management plan, there was very good details how we monitor our water, and so we're able to react really quickly. So if all the users in the basin are not doing that, then I'm wondering what would be some contributing factors that they might. These are things that could come up in the future with some proposals and with other water districts that maybe we would want to comment on. So that was a question for that. But if we can note that and maybe list some of those, I think it would be really important and helpful to us. So moving down, 6.7, it's the water exchanges and transfers. And it says the city does not have other water suppliers adjacent to its service area, so water exchanges and transfers are not feasible. The question I have about that is maybe in the next 5 years, if there is a water district created in the Alexander Valley, that district be a possible option for water exchanges?
I think the formation of a district doesn't necessarily mean the creation of a product to supply.
Okay.
Right. And I think that's what they're stating there. There's if the Alexander Valley Water District was formed, what mechanism would be in place for them to supply us water when we are in curtailments?
Okay. Because I know they're the Rush River property owners are doing a water sharing program, amongst themselves.
Yeah.
So,
and it is really hard. I mean, we could double the length of the document by saying, this could be created in this and this and this. But it is really linked to what could they provide our system, right? Okay. And so I don't think if they're formed or any really other entities formed, their input to our system is just not a feasible.
And I guess some of those might be even considered offsets. This goes into the next one, which is 6.3.1.2 Big Sulphur Creek. To improve the resilience of its water supply, the city is considering the development and use of this water supply source and continues to monitor city land on the east side of the Russian River for other potential water resource opportunities. That's if we were not utilizing it, could that be something where we can monetize that water for other users that would maybe offset our.
So like you're saying, like if we could develop the eastern side of the river, put wells there, if it was financially infeasible to bring it into our system, could we supply it to other customers over there and make a profit and bring it into our system and supplement it in a different way?
Possibly, that might be an option, as well as, going back to the 6.7 with the water exchanges and transfers. If that's something that could be utilized with the unincorporated water users.
So I mean, a lot of that's covered under what we call outside service agreements. There, we do have a couple outside service agreements, but that sounds like an extensive project created for an outside service agreement.
Without doing an extensive review of our water rights, generally they would require us to use our ability to take the water is for our own use, and so they generally wouldn't extend to taking it just to resell it for non-municipal use within our boundaries.
Okay. And what I got coming up next, it's 6-9. It's table 6-9. Let me see here. The question was, what are the contributing factors for the rising total on the reasonably available volume?
I can answer that question. Because of the city's water rights, we are not assuming there's necessarily a set volume all the time. So for the purposes of these tables, we've set the reasonably available volume to what the city would anticipate pumping to meet its demand. So the rising supply is just representing that the city will pump more water in order to meet demand.
Okay, and that water is available
Yes.
for us. Okay, thank you. And then last one for the urban water management plan was 7.1.1.1.2 under the Potter Valley project impact. I have here listed PG&E's planned decommissioning of the PVP may adversely limit the reliability of the city's Russian River water supply. And a second quote is, while the two-basin solution aims to balance ecological restoration of the Eel River with water supply needs, downstream users like the city may face reduced water availability, especially during high water demand periods in the summer. And my question about that is just kind of going back to our WSA and WSV for the proposed Esmeralda project that was reviewed by Wes Yost. Has a different assessment. And so this is kind of creates some confusion. If I could read out of the WSA.
I would say the supplied WSA, WSV is not, it's not affecting this particular document. It should be taken as a separate document. We're not consulting the WSA, WSV.
I know you're not consulting it, but it makes me question which one is that, because there's I have 3 documents put out. One was a comment and was made for the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Water Rights, and this was a comment submitted on November 3rd, 2025, which had, it says here, the loss of water diversion from the Potter Valley project into the Russian River will have a significant impact on Cloverdale's water supply reliability. And that's contradictory to the WSA, which is also contradictory to the urban water management plan. They're saying different things. So, one's saying,
I think in the urban water management plan, we really had no information to kind of quantify this impact. So we had to say, we anticipate an impact. We don't know the impact. I don't think anyone can even calculate that impact yet, but we did have to identify that there was going to be some type of impact.
And I think the urban water management plan is kind of lands in the middle of those. The public comment that was made in November was a little more extreme, and then the WSA is very kind of more rosy, painting that picture. So I would probably really land in agreement with what is presented in the urban water management plan. But I was just that might be a question for, I don't know if it's appropriate for this topic.
Well, and Councilmember, if I may, that public comment is about CEQA scoping for the decommissioning. The ERPA project is not part of that, and their scoping is explicit that they are not considering that as part of that. So our comment didn't take into consideration any water that may or may not come into the Potter Valley project, into the Russian River as a result of as a result of the ERPA NERF. Sorry, I was forgetting my acronyms, because that project, the CEQA scoping document, doesn't include that because that's a separate later environmental process. So that's why our comments aren't, because that's what the scoping was for. Our comments don't consider what may be happen in the future because that's through a separate process.
I'm trying to understand, I guess, because one says it will have significant impact, and one says these changes are not anticipated to significantly affect the city's long-term water supply and reliability. So those are 2 very contradictory statements. It's causing me confusion. When the same engineer had reviewed both documents. So, what it says here in the urban water management plan, PG&E's planned decommissioning of the Potter Valley project may adversely limit the reliability of the city's Russian River water supply. I can agree with that. I think that's a fair statement. The second one, while the two-basin solution aims to balance ecological restoration of the Eel River with water supplies needs, downstream users like the city may face reduced water availability, especially during high water demand periods in the summer. That could be the case as well.
Yeah, I think that is added for kind of informational purposes. That I don't think there's no quantifiable numbers that are baked into our urban water management plan that's gonna.
And the language is very. It says may instead of will. So I'm okay with that in there. I think I don't have any issues for what it has within our urban water management plan, and maybe that's just what we're on subject with right now. I think there was the opportunity to ask the engineers from West Yost about the WSA. I don't know if that's appropriate at this time. It's not. Okay, so not on subject. Okay, so that would be my questions and comments for the urban water management plan. And for the water shortage contingency plan, would we be coming back to that and doing those at two separate adoptions?
You have two separate resolutions, so they're going to have to be, I think, by title only for each resolution.
The question is, do you want to answer all of them at once, or do you want to do the UWMP first and then come back to the?
You guys can do it however, if you want to open the one.
If you want to continue, I'm fine with that.
Or you can just go ahead and continue.
Sure. I'll throw out all my questions. So these are the questions I had for the water shortage contingency plan. With the previous water shortage contingency plan from 2021, did the city modify that plan at all over the last 5 years?
I don't think so.
Okay. And there's a mention, I was wondering, for 2021 and 2022, for the city's declared drought conditions, was the AWSDA would be used to find what would determine those drought conditions?
I don't have that. Do you have that in front of you?
Is that the annual water supply and demand assessment?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, so that's what the city does each year now. I don't remember when that requirement first went into place for the city, and if that was used in 2021 and 2022.
Okay. Because I was just curious to see how that would be used, and that was a situation where the state put curtailments on, but I was curious to see what our own assessment found.
Yeah, I don't think we researched back to the 21, 22 to see what documentation they used to create those tables.
So this being a working document, that was one of my big questions. If something like, we had a potential water shortage in the future, how do we use this to assess it and implement any drought condition stages for our users?
How would we implement this?
What the AWSDA, my question was how that was used in 2021 and 2022 when there was a water shortage. Moving forward, as this is a working document, if we were to experience potential water shortages in the future, that was my question. How we had used it would help me understand how we would use it in the future to implement a drought stage.
So the annual water supply and demand assessment wouldn't be the triggering document to impose these curtailments. Usually those would come down from the state, or there would be a declared water emergency or certain triggering actions
for the stages 1 through 6.
Yes. So the annual water supply and demand assessment could be used to curb that. The city could use that if we really wanted to, but that's not its intent. That's not the purpose of that document.
So we might not have used that in 2021.
Most likely not.
Okay. Okay, so that might answer the question for, it was on page 12, 5.2, additional mandatory conditions. The city will enforce both state mandated prohibitions and its own restrictions. And so that was my question about the enforcement history. If we've only enforced state mandated restrictions and we haven't through our
Well, so
AWSDA.
that's where the state would mandate, like, you need to go into water curtailments, right? And then we reference this document, which is our local document, and we say we're implementing what the state wants and what we locally have agreed upon.
Okay, and the.
So that's saying that we will impose this document and whatever the state curtails on us, and using their kind of calculated metrics for that.
Because the other option, besides the state mandated prohibitions, would be determined through the AWSDA, is my understanding. And I was wondering if there's been any enforcement history. I guess that question was already answered, that there hasn't been enforcement history based on the AWSDA. It's been state mandated.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. I haven't done a significant research on that, but none that I'm aware of in the past.
And Councilmember, maybe I'll just pulled up one of the old resolutions, and one of the recitals in it is March 28th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed Executive Order N-7-22, blah, 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 requiring cities essentially to go to their 20% reduction level. So in response to that, this was a resolution where we adopted a different stage in the water plan, sorry.
Because if they say 20%, we have to correlate that to our stage.
Okay, thank you. And one last one here. On page 15, it was item 7.1, compliance and enforcement procedures. Number 2, the statement number 2 is the city may impose any penalty established by the city council under the resolution declaring a water emergency, pursue enforcement action pursuant to CMC chapters 1.10 through 1.15 in order or order disconnection of the service where the violation occurs. And I guess this comes down to actual enforcement with our for our residents that kind of interested in knowing some of the history, that if anybody has had their water disconnected, has it gotten that severe?
Not for this. We have disconnected for non-payment. We were able to, even though I'm sure there were some violating it, because enough residents were complying, there was no enforcement action taken.
So that's good to know the history, because that was my concern, is that some of the drought restrictions, you just don't want to have neighbors ratting each other out because they see a little water running down the street.
Right.
So.
And one thing the city did, we go hand deliver notices, hey, remember these are the requirements, and try to encourage.
Yeah, and that section, it lives in this document to memorialize the city's right to enforce and impose these things.
Okay.
Via resolution.
So that's what I got. I appreciate the history, and I think this document, the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, are great documents. I would suggest if people have the time to read it, you can skip the appendixes, but you're going to learn a lot. There's a lot of good information in there. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I think this document is incredibly complicated, and as a layperson, it's hard to read it and understand everything, and I think a lot of it is impossible for anyone to predict, like when the dams, when and if they do come down, or if we, due to climate change or a drought. So I don't know. I mean, for me, I tried to, read through this thing, but it's very hard to grasp the whole thing.
Yeah, I do understand, the technicality of the document. When we do formulate these documents, we do have the state, the county, sometimes the city. We produce them guiding documents that set out what has to be included in the document. And more often than not, either the roadmap is highly technical, very specific of the information we need, how it gets calculated, what we have to put in it. So that's kind of just the fact of the matter that we're meeting what is required by us and by by doing that, it's just, I do agree, it just overly complicate the documents, but we have so much to cover and we have to stay inside their guiding documents that they provide us.
Thank you.
Obviously, water is important. And to Councilmember Marquez's point, for the collaboration, the terminology, if it's written in there, it leads me down a rabbit hole of, well, it says the city and other Russian River water users are collaborating to explore strategies to manage the regional water supply. So what is the collaboration, I guess?
So a lot of these line items would, like I say with the guiding document, they're us answering the question. The state's asking, what are you doing? Are you collaborating? We're answering that question, like we're memorializing it in this document. We are collaborating with other, because they hold us to a standard of you have to do certain things. And that's our responses, you would say, memorialized in that document. We are working with other water.
The county urban water management plan is basically the same. It said that, when if we lose the Potter Valley project, we're going to have a little harder time with water in our area, from us all the way down to Hillsburg, basically. And that's why, we got to really focus on a lot of these projects that should have been done 70 years ago, like raising Coyote Dam or more storage in our area. We got to focus on more storage tanks and things that we have in Cloverdale, like we're trying to do with our CIP right now. Why we're getting the rate increases is so that we can put these things in. The aquifer recharge, that's something that we've been working with other developers or other people in our area, the county, state, and federal government to try to find ways to store water underground with that, which is phenomenal. The pipeline from Lake Sonoma, that's something that's been on the books for decades. And talking about it now means that my great grandkids might actually get to drink a glass of water out of it. It doesn't just happen in 4 years. That's the hard part. And, you look at these things, you look at Sites Reservoir, 67 years to get it to where it's at right now. So forward thinking hasn't always been there, and we're suffering from it right now. But our urban water management plan is focused on Cloverdale Incorporated, and it's better than a lot of areas right now. If you added in the valley, we'd all be in trouble, and it'd be written a little bit more grim. This is why we fight so hard to maintain our domestic water supply in our area. We have to do it. We won't have water. We talk about Sulphur Creek a lot, but if the river's dry, Sulphur Creek doesn't produce enough water to maintain it. We could probably put in one well and do all these things, and your glass of water is going to cost you $10, but it's still on the table, and something that we have to research to see, can we do better with that? But you see Sulphur Creek going dry right now. You see our river slowing down, and a lot of the curtailments are based on cubic feet per second moving in the river, and the state will use those numbers to issue us the curtailment levels. And when they do that, you see PG&E right now getting variances to lower the CFS in the river with their releases at different places, which means ours slows down, which means our curtailments come sooner and more frequent. So today we're good. Tomorrow we might not be. This is a living document, a working document, and it's something that changes all the time. And right now we're meeting the needs of the community. We're meeting the requirements of the state, and I thank you for both documents that you did. At this point, I'll open it up to the public for any public comments or questions that you might have.
Hi, I'm Dana Starr. She told me to talk louder. Apparently, I'm not coming out to the back of the room. So this whole thing is based on Cloverdale's single source of water is the groundwater under the direct influence of the surface water, which is the Russian River. My biggest question, which I don't see exactly how it's addressed in the document anywhere, is where does monitoring happen in real time? When And where and how are you getting information? Because today we're okay, tomorrow we might not be. Do we wait until somebody somewhere down the other side of the state says, oh, you have a problem? Oh, now we applied the plan. What about being proactive on just knowing what our groundwater status is? Because we're not getting the flow. I can tell you, I know a swimmer in the river who's been doing it every summer for 10 years. The little floaty things are happening already for the past couple weeks, and that doesn't usually appear until later in July. This person also is a senior, swims upstream to get the strokes in, and basically hasn't been able to move beyond their entry point into the river going against the river. Now is gaining, going against the river. And we're still in June, and we know the water is not filling, it's not flowing as it has historically for 3 years. So, my question, how's the monitoring working? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, Derek, about the different monitoring points that the Russian River has?
Well, I think she's speaking more towards how is monitoring conducted that we used in this study. So this study doesn't really reference direct monitoring. It doesn't show water levels, water usage, water availability. This city is more of an action plan, an emergency action plan, right? It's setting out scenarios. If water curtailments happen at this percentage or this number, or water at this number is available, this is what we will do to mitigate it. It's not directly influenced by a physical, actual supply of water. That would be more represented in our weekly, monthly, daily drawdown numbers, the monitoring of the CFS of the river, the water heights, the annual water supply and demand assessments, culmination of those things, which a lot of them are available on the website too. But this specific study doesn't reference the exact available amount of groundwater at any given time.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Does anyone have any other further comments or questions?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So if there was one thing that I would ask to be added, I think it would just be to add to the item 6.2.1, the contributing factors for the declining storage capacity of the Alexander Valley groundwater basin.
Add projected examples
or just maybe what the factors are. Because it mentions the groundwater levels have been declining, and I think that would be really helpful and something that, if it was in this document, can really help us with some other concerns.
I think that would be something we would source from the Division of Drinking Water. We would have to ask them, why did you include this verbiage in this data, and that we would have to wait for their response. And I'm anticipating a fairly vague response from them, but okay. We'll definitely reach out and try to.
Yeah, if there's one ask, it would be that. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Aren't we receiving less water by design? Like, I thought they were giving us less water on purpose, and that's why the people in Potter Valley couldn't harvest their crops last year, because we're all starting to receive less water.
So this study is like different subject than the available water coming from Potter Valley. So it just identifies that there is a project that exists that's called the Potter Valley Project, and if it goes away, there may be a decline in water. The ifs and the mays tell you that it's definitely a planning study.
But just to clarify that question, even though it's two different things like you're saying, because I know that Dana Star asked, saying there's less noticeable water, but I think, aren't they purposely not allowing as much water to come out of like Lake
I,
Mendocino?
I can't speak that. I'm not really versed in the Potter Valley data currently right now to speak on it tonight.
I don't know if that's even under the scope of this agenda. Can I respond to her?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the answer is yes. PG&E has requested variance through FERC that have been granted. So yes, there is less water being diverted, and they measure their variances by the cubic feet per second in the river. And then with the new way to control the water releases out of Lake Mendocino, it never even filled this year, even though we had above average rainfall. So yes, there is less water being released, and we are going to have less water in our river, guaranteed. And it has been cut multiple times over the last 20 years.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So if anybody wants to make a motion on anything, it'd be great.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan.
Second.
Oh, wait, we got to, these are two different resolutions. So I would ask that you maybe do whichever one you want first, and then we'll do this other one second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to make a motion to adopt the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan.
No, it's under staff recommendation. You'll see two different resolutions with titles.
I got it. I see it.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan.
Second.
Perfect. We have a first and a second for that resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0 with Mayor Wheeler absent. Do we have a motion for a second?
I'd like to make a, are we seconding?
No,
that?
you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. I'd like to make, are we doing the second?
Yes, second
Okay.
resolution right now, yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion by title only, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale adopting the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan.
Second that.
Perfect. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0 with Mayor Wheeler absent. Thank you all. Thank you guys for your hard work on these plans.
Thank you, council, and thank you, Bonnie and Rodora, for taking on this project.
Thank you all.
Councilmember Lasky seconded on both of those. Okay, now we're moving into H3, consider approval of an amendment to the professional services agreement with West Yost Associates to extend on-call city engineer services through the 2026 calendar year and add $230,000 to the contract budget.
Mr. Vice Mayor, yes, we're asking for you to adopt a resolution extending the service, the engineering services for West Yost. Again, $230,000 would be added from now till the end of the year. It's important to point out about 70% of all the billing that we get from West Yost and through the city engineer's contract is reimbursable through developments. So like charging developers for the review of the project, grants, consolidation projects. So it does limit the impact to the general fund. One thing I would say is West Yost is a very deep company. So we have folks like Bonnie and Rodora and others. So it's not just our city engineer. We get the advantage of having all kinds of different disciplines and professionals associated with West Yost. This would bring us to the end of the year. We do this every 6 months, so there's a lot of check-ins. You guys can give us your thoughts on it. It's, again, 70% approximately reimbursed through other sources. So we're recommending approval of the amendment and the resolution, and yeah, that's end of report.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll start down here again, as always. Okay. You. No comments. It's nice to know that 70% is reimbursable. I see you're here. Is there any of it that's going to be reimbursable through other grants or anything that you're expecting? And thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for introducing Kevin. No, I don't anticipate, anyways, there's no grant reimbursements happening in the near future. We've closed out the Urban and Multi-Benefit Drought Response Grant Program, which was quite a hefty lift there. Anyways, that was closed out, I believe, at the end of March. And so there's nothing on the books outside of, I should clarify, there is a small CDBG grant going for the First Street sidewalk. And so we do anticipate that to continue to be reimbursable, but it's not nearly as big as the Urban and Multi-Benefit grant push.
The development review is reimbursable.
Oh, for sure. Yes, everything we're doing with the development review, and it's very heavy in Cloverdale right now. Anyways, it's been a long time since development's been picked up in Cloverdale. It's nice to see.
The one thing I would say is, first off, thank you for sitting through the meeting so far. You've heard our conversations about wanting to get things done with our water. You heard it at our budget hearing. I probably said more than I should have, and wasn't very nice. So I'll just say, that we really want to get things done, and I really want to have our engineers focusing on the projects and finishing things up fast as we possibly can and as efficiently as we can. And so I appreciate that being taken into consideration. Can I open it to the public? Are you ready?
Just throw one question.
Go ahead.
So there's been the conversation that's come up about possibly hiring in-house engineer. And I'm wondering, these things fluctuate from time to time, what our needs are. Would this be appropriate time to discuss an analysis of that or propose an analysis of that?
You can provide an answer. Yes, we can have a short in relation.
That's my thought, is to kind of weigh out an analysis of, to hire an in-house engineer, I think could be an advantage to us. So I would like to propose that.
I think that could be a good future agenda item. Right now we're very reliant on West Yost, so it would be something that we would have to sort of plan for. And, I would recommend that we finish out this contract at the least, and we can put numbers together. One thing, again, about West Yost is they do have a lot of other folks with very specialized things. I would envision if we had a in-house engineer, there would be still requiring some outside consultant work.
Absolutely.
But we can try to put something together for future consideration.
That's the idea, yeah, because these things do fluctuate, and being a small city, our needs fluctuate. So being responsive to that, there's advantages to both. So I understand what we have on the table right now.
So just a little bit of history. I was your city engineer between 2015 and 2017, and I did help hire your last in-house engineer. So whatever the city wants to do, I'm on board.
Excellent. That's great.
My
we
goal
enjoy
here
working with you.
is to help the city get through whatever it needs.
Thank you.
Well, before we move on, did you want to get a consensus of council for that to be a future agenda item, or do you want to wait till later in the agenda? Okay.
I just wanted to thank you, Vanessa, for all the hard work that you do. And I know that you have a long drive home tonight. And I want to thank you for sticking out this whole meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Marjorie.
Yeah, Vanessa, I'd like to thank you and your team for what you do above and beyond what the city can do. And we appreciate all your endeavors into our projects. And like Vice Mayor said, we like to see the end results faster than the paper will hit, the pen will hit the paper. But yes, appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, with that, I'll open it up to the public. Any questions, comments, or concerns anyone would like to have on this item?
Dana Starr, just one question. In the sense of being transparent, the 70% that will be reimbursable, is that primarily coming from one project?
Do you have the answer to that, Kevin?
I wouldn't say all of it. I mean, certainly it is one of the bigger projects that's consuming lots of time, but there's other projects as well. I don't know a percentage of what it is at this point, but it is a very time-consuming endeavor going through all the documents related to what I think you're talking about.
Yeah, I just, there's so much that goes on and nobody talks details. I thought I would ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? You doing public comment?
But public comment, director's comment, whatever. Yeah, we appreciate Vanessa and her team. She saves us a lot of time, and I think we're thinking 161,000 is going to be reimbursable. That's a lot, right? And it's spread over many departments because we can pick up the phone, have Vanessa talk to a specialist in multiple fields. Because the way we are now, we have 2 permanent and in-house people, and technically in the public works office engineering department, right? And so we need to know everything about wastewater, water, airports, streets, roads, safety, buildings, HVAC, plumbing. We need to know all the plumbing codes, all the building codes, which is an impossible task for us. All right. So we do rely on these really critiqued questions, like when we get into specific Title 22, adaptive codes for things that we're doing in-house. They help us a lot for that. Reviewing of really dense packets of drawings, a lot of planning stuff and planning level things that happen actually inside of encroachment permits, just for really, unique jobs. So they do help us a lot, and they're really good, for us, and that they're just a phone call away, and they have a really deep roster. I mean, we can get computer service, SCADA service, we can get civil engineering, structural engineering, tank design, anything, and Vanessa does an excellent job facilitating that for us.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Well, thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Derek, for the information. Thank you, Vanessa, for the many years that you've been working with us. You've been a pleasure to work with. I will be open to make a motion when it.
If everyone else is complete, go for it.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale approving an amendment to the professional services agreement with West Yost Associates extending on-call city engineer services through calendar year 2026, adding in an amount not to exceed $230,000 and authorizing the city manager to execute said amendment.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 4-0 with Mayor Wheeler absent. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Derek. Now you get to drive home. All right, we'll move into H4, consider adoption of resolutions calling and giving notice of a general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, and establishing estimated costs and city payment of candidate statements.
Good evening, Mayor, or Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Jesus, this thing is loud to me today. This item brings forward the resolutions needed for the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. The first is a relatively routine action, calling the election, requesting consolidation with the statewide general election, and authorizing the ROV to administer and canvass the election. So like I said, there are 2 resolutions tonight. The second is more of a policy decision regarding how the candidate's statement of qualification costs will be handled. I'm going to call that the SOQ going forward. It is voluntary to candidates and is included in the voter information guide that provides voters with information about a candidate's background and qualifications for office. In the past, candidates reimburse the city for their statement of qualification, or SOQ. However, at Council's May 5th budget workshop, staff proposed the city payment of SOQ costs to eliminate financial barriers to participants and ensure voters have access to candidate information. Council agreed and provided direction to staff. This is reflected in the first option before you tonight, labeled option A in the packet. Under that option, the city would cover all candidate statement costs, and if the final costs exceed the $4,500 allocated in the adopted budget, staff would return to the council with a budget amendment with that excess amount. The second option, labeled option or resolution B, would limit the city's SOQ contribution to said $4,500 already budgeted, with any remaining costs shared equally among the participating candidates. So one is council will pay for it in full. The other is that council will pay up to the $4,500, noting that some elections have 3 seats, some have 2. So this is for this election, and we looked at it at being, I'm not a math major here, but the division of it being per seat in your staff. Anybody have the math off the top of their head?
1,500%.
15, I get the easy math, right? Not a math major here, but $1,500 per seat. So in an election that would have 2 seats would be 3,000. An election with 3 would be 4,500. The remaining costs shared equally among participating candidates. Part of that is because we do need to budget a certain amount of money in our budget, and we have no idea how many candidates will come forward and how many will want to do the statement of qualification, assuming that it's voluntary, assuming if we say the city will pay for it. I'm sure most candidates will likely say, yes, I want to do it. But that is a policy decision. We just want the council to fully understand and adopt tonight so that we can get that direction. Both resolutions are before you. You can amend them at your need, but as I said, staff is seeking council direction regarding candidate statement costs and adoption of the corresponding resolution with any amendments the council may deem appropriate. That's all I have to say. If there's anything Alex would like to add.
What's the difference between Resolution B, option 1, and Resolution B, option 2?
It's probably a typo.
Okay.
Option A, there's only
There's 2 options there.
Oh, no, okay.
It's
I
the 2
misstated
options
here.
that he just gave you. One pays in
Resolution A is
full,
the first
or one
one.
pays $1,500 per person up to.
Okay, so the first one pays is limited and the second one is unlimited.
Other way around, I believe.
Okay,
One is in full.
okay,
Yeah.
so
Excuse
option
me, yeah.
1 is unlimited and option 2 is limited.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, yes, resolution titled A, for the simplicity of it, is the one that's calling the election and requesting the,
And the other 2 are the options. Okay.
correct.
Because I read both of the options and then I was like, what's the difference?
Yeah, we wanted to give you options so that you can make a decision tonight without having to do too many amendments. So you kind of get to pick and choose which of the option
Okay,
B
so,
you like.
So option 2 is the limited one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
But just to clarify, there is 4,500 in the current budget, correct, Mike?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how we came up with that number. It's the amount that we've kind of allocated for each election. But in the past, because we pay the ROV, and then as most of you know, you had to fill out a form that said you would reimburse me if you filled out a statement of qualifications. You had to do that. So one, we'd have to continue to potentially collect fees from them. The other, we would not, but we'd have to allocate more money or come back with a budget amendment. So either way, there is staff time involved, just depending on how many candidates we have and also how much it costs, because the costs continue to go up and we don't know what those are. And we definitely didn't know what those are at the time of writing the staff report. But yeah, so it's really just a decision to you guys. Do you want to make it where we advertise that it's the city will pay for it because we have 20 candidates? We have to pay for that. Or do we pay up to a certain amount, which is currently was suggested to us to be $1,500 per seat, because those seats change per election.
Anything?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Yes, my thoughts on this, I definitely would lean into option 1. My thoughts about if there was a cap on this money, that it might be for the cost of 3 candidates per seat. So if it was like a 3-seat election, that we would budget the costs for 9 maximum. And if it was maybe a 2-seat election, that we'd budget for 6. I think historically, looking at how many people have been candidates, I think maybe the maximum was about 8. And I'm going back.
I've
10,
never seen more
12
than
years.
I saw in 2022.
Yeah.
That's the most I've seen with 5.
And that was 5. Yeah. So, I think that being the case,
the idea of 20 candidates is not realistic. And if there were 20 candidates, that would be great. So I think that would be awesome. So, with there being a possible risk to the council stipend as it is, I would definitely lean into option one.
I'm leaning into option 2 because I think there should be a cap. I mean, it's nice if, people can get it fully paid, but if there's 20 people running, I think there's got to be a limit on how much the city's going to pay. So to me, that's kind of a compromise. Option 2.
And then option 2 was brought up by, if you look in your packet, that was suggested by the administrative subcommittee for that exact reason.
So am I to understand there's no option to keep it the same?
There is.
Which one is that?
You could just deny both options.
Yeah, you could definitely not go with either resolution, and we could continue to just have the candidates reimburse us for the full amount. That's the way it is currently.
Mike, could we, instead of having just the 4,500 that's currently budget, could they just, we could just increase that and have that as the cap?
You could, for this, I mean, we'd have to come back with a budget amendment just to have more money allocated in the budget. But we could definitely just, it's $7,000, it's $10,000, it's $20,000. It could be whatever amount you guys want. It's just, we'll have to come back with a budget amendment. And again, we don't have the full numbers from the ROV right now, but it's typically about, if there's one candidate on a page, because it depends on how many candidates there are, they share pages, it's cheaper, but it can be upwards of $1,000 per person. It could be a split, would be about $500 per person or more. And that's because there's also Spanish translations. We limit it to 200 words, typically, but it's really hard to tell. And that's why it's hard to set aside a money for an unknown, because we don't know what the rates are going to be and we don't know how many candidates are going to go forward. That's why we've just been arbitrarily putting $4,500 at this point. So we can continue that practice and come back with budget amendments, which is the suggestion of option B1.
City Clerk.
Option B2, excuse me.
I have a question, City Clerk Maloney. Given, when the candidates turn in their paperwork, is there enough time to where we can calculate the number of candidates before they have to submit a statement that it would give the council enough time to make a budget amendment? Is that realistic?
Honestly, I would say no, and the nomination period itself is stressful on a clerk, especially of a department of one. I would not want to, there's no way that it could potentially land during a council meeting where we could make that determination before. It all have to be after the nomination period closes is when I would know. And really it's after the registrar of voter charges me.
and could that be done proactively as a reimbursement?
To the candidates?
Yeah. I'm just saying if, like the realistic of having a budget.
And I don't know if this is what you're getting at, let's say you set a $4,500 cap now and it turns out it's $4,700 total. Like the council can always authorize later, fine, let's not seek reimbursement of the $200 divided, 7 ways or whatever. So you could always, expand the cap later after the fact. What you can't do is tell people you're going to pay for everything and then say, oh, wow, this is way more than we thought it was going to be. Now we're doing.
Because I see the advantages to putting a cap, it kind of gives us, we don't have this like open-ended thing that can, but I also believe that the reality is that we're not, we've never seen more than 10 candidates. And could it happen? I mean, anything can happen, but I maybe if we raise the cap and, we look at our historical, the history of the elections, I think going back, 2018, 2016, watching the forums on YouTube, I saw about 8, 9 people. So, if we were to cap this off with that in mind, I think that would definitely cover it. So it does raise the potential amount to, possibly, $7,000-8,000 at that point. So,
and that's why we brought that concern after we got the direction from council initially, with preliminarily agreeing it'd be equitable and a great idea to do that, to allow it. we went to the administrative subcommittee with that exact purpose. And we suggested potentially $10,000, another arbitrary number just to help cover it.
Yep.
But it's $10,000 we did not have budgeted, and it's not in the adopted budget. I don't think in the next 2 or 3 election cycles we would go above 10,000.
Yep.
I do think that we would go above 4,500 potentially even this year, just based on the rates from the ROV. I think if we get 6 or 7 candidates, maybe not. But
I agree.
And it's just so impossible to know. I just want to prepare us monetarily, but also like Alex said, we need to advertise to the community correctly. I don't want to state the city will pay for this if we actually aren't.
So that's,
We can't say that.
my thought. I think 6 or 7 probably sounds realistic to me. And that wouldn't be covered under the 4,500. And that's my concern is that if we're going to do this, that we really, make it equitable, that people can not see that as a hurdle.
I'm willing to do whatever direction we receive from council.
I'm keeping track. I'm to you.
Yeah, no, I'm the way it's written, potential candidates can, gather steam and get their potential constituents to pay money up front for those kind of fees. If they're worried about exposure, there's many ways to get exposure, as the way I came on board through the League of Women Voters panel and the chamber panel. So there's plenty of, and those two, that was free. So you didn't really have to do anything. It was offered to you. There's plenty of avenues that are offered to potential candidates that don't cost any money. So that would be my recommendation. Obviously, I'm against the city paying for anything above and beyond city services.
And personally, in a tight budget, low-income town, I don't think it's a good idea for us to be spending money on elections like this. I think that candidates need to have a commitment when they're going to run, and I know it's not always easy, and I've felt that myself, so I know it's not easy. But the minimal amount of money to run is something that people need to actually be completely committed with that money to be here for the city. And I think that our money, talking $4,500 to $10,000 or more dollars, needs to go to people that need it more with their tax base through nonprofits and places like that versus to candidates. So I'm against it completely and would like it to stay the way it is. With that, I'm going to open it up to the public because I see you standing here, so I'd love to hear.
Michelle Winterbottom, I am totally against the city funding the candidate statement for anyone running. For one thing, if you 3 are running, you can't vote on those because you're giving yourself money. That would be total conflict of interest. So you would have 2 members being able to vote, and that would not be a quorum, so you can't vote on that. Just to let you know, it would be a conflict. But running elections for years and years, you don't have to have candidate statements in Cloverdale because we're a small town. You just put it on a pamphlet and run to each house. So I'm totally against the city's, my taxes, paying for any candidate statement.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to note as well that polling the other clerks in the other cities, Roanoke Park, I believe, is the only other city that does currently pay for the statements of qualifications. No other cities do. Just
thank you. Further?
Okay. Given that information, I think the way that the council feels and want to check with our city attorney about the conflict of interest, if anybody was a potential candidate.
FPPC regulations provide that if the effect of the decision is indistinguishable on you from the rest of the public, then it's not a conflict of interest. And this would apply to any person that runs. So similar in some ways to when you adopt water rates, right? You're paying those rates too. But because you're being treated the same way as the public, there's an exception for FPPC rules. It's not the same as, when there's a development project maybe down your street and you're uniquely impacted.
I think given our discussion with the council, hearing from the public, I am going to refrain from making a motion at all on this one.
I would love to see Resolution B, option 2, but it doesn't seem like anyone else is interested in it. I think it would help level the playing field and help get more diversity up here, which is badly needed. But if I'm the only one interested in it, I'm not going to make a motion.
Okay. So then we do have a resolution on the table. If anyone wants to read that one, that is option A, which is not one of these.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale calling for a general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026 for the election of 3 at-large members of the City Council and the City Treasurer, requesting that the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors consolidate the general municipal election with the statewide general election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, and authorizing the Sonoma County Registrar of Voters to conduct and canvass the results of the general municipal election."
Do we have a second?
Second?
Perfect. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Passes 4-0 with 1 absent, being the Mayor Wheeler. Okay, we are moving into.
Real quick.
I apologize.
Do we need we still typically traditionally had a resolution setting the statement of qualifications. Do we need to have an amended version of one of these? In the past, we've always had both resolutions go, so it's more of a question to the city attorney. Since we did not provide an option to keep it as this. Each year we have passed a resolution.
So the resolution, when it says that, when it refers to resolution 027012, that 2012, that's from 2012. So
correct. Yeah, I was just each even year at this time, we've always passed both resolutions. And if we don't need to, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify. I don't want to bring.
Yeah, well, so just to be safe, what I would recommend, is to just eliminate the paragraph, to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale establishing estimated costs and city payment of candidate statements for the consolidated general election to be held on November 3rd, 2026. And the second paragraph in the recital that currently says the city shall pay $4,500 for candidate statements, and any cost exceeding that amount will be reimbursed to the city. To just change that to say the costs for candidate statements of qualifications shall be reimbursed to the city by candidates submitting statements of qualifications, divided equally among participating candidates, subject to the final cost established by the Sonoma County Registrar of Voters.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Yes.
Second that.
Perfect. We have a first and a second, as stated by our city attorney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
I don't even know what.
Are you going to vote?
I don't even know what we're voting on anymore. It's that late.
It's the resolution removing the portion that says that we are going to pay something and it's all based on the candidate.
So, no.
Okay. Motion passes 3-1 with Mayor Wheeler absent. Thank you all for making sure that's exact.
No, I appreciate it, just to make sure that we're in compliance. Thanks.
Okay, now we'll move into H5. Discussion and authorization for Councilmember Marquez to meet with regional entities regarding water resiliency efforts as a representative of the city.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. So on June 10th, the council adopted a resolution regarding the Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project decommissioning and authorizing Vice Mayor Lands to represent and advocate on behalf of the city. During that conversation, Councilmember Marquez explained some of the efforts he was making and meetings he was going to, and there was a discussion between him and the mayor. And then during future agenda items, there was direction from the council to put a future agenda item on the council to discuss authorizing Councilmember Marquez to represent the city regarding regional water topics. And the direction was a little vague. And there were some specific examples of agencies mentioned. So for example, I believe, Russian River Property Owners Association was mentioned, Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission, and the topic generally of sort of water resiliency was discussed. I know one of the specific examples was sort of a regional JPA work on that. So the item before the council tonight is to consider, whether or not to authorize this, and if so, sort of the scope of that authorization. So right now, for example, the resolution says, authorized to meet with, and it has some agencies listed. You could add language changing those lists. You could to add or subtract agencies, or to just say any agency, and these are examples of the types of agencies. And then there's also language in the resolution saying Councilmember Marquez, as the official representative of the city, is authorized to participate in discussions regarding water resiliency efforts. The council, of course, can decide if they want to change that language, however they may feel appropriate, or adopt the resolution as is. So with that, this is really a conversation for the council, but happy to answer any questions if the council has any.
Go ahead. I'd be happy to set that off. So really, I could really be very specific about what my aim is here, and it is related to covering all our bases as a city. I think with our resolution that we passed at our last meeting, authorizing Vice Mayor Lands to represent and advocate for Cloverdale on our adopted position regarding the Potter Valley project. This would help us cover all bases. And what I'm seeing here, as far as what I have in mind, is working with, first of all, I would say it kind of starts with the Alexander Valley Water District, the proposed Alexander Valley Water District. They've had a couple hearings with LAFCO and have been denied their proposal as is. I'm sure they will make more efforts to come back or even appeal. So I believe that in the big picture, what I would like to do is make sure that our concerns are addressed with the creation of that proposed water district for the benefit of, in the future, possibly creating a JPA similar to IWPC for the Alexander Valley water basin. This would consist of City of Cloverdale, City of Healdsburg, Dry Creek Rancheria, Lytton Rancheria, and possibly Sonoma Water, and the future proposed Alexander Valley Water District, hopefully with the conditions that would work for us included So going about that would be for the end goal is possibly to create an entity that we can get some engagement from PG&E or possibly have a seat on ERPA in the future. That would be the end goal, but I think the immediate situation right now is that we work to put together a comment for our concerns regarding the proposed Alexander Valley Water District, which we can work on with Healdsburg and Dry Creek Rancheria, Lytton Rancheria. I think, especially with the city of Healdsburg, as municipalities that do monitor all of our water, we might have some concerns about the proposal as is. So I think that LAFCO has there's a potential meeting that might happen in the beginning of August. It would be the first Wednesday in August for LAFCO. And the first step is like having us have a comment ready if needed for a possible appeal from the property owners for their proposed water district. The Russian River property owners are having a meeting on July 8th, which is the same day that we have a canceled meeting. I would be able to attend that, see what their plans are for LAFCO, and we have a meeting on July 22nd. So I think that can give us enough time to possibly have a statement of our concerns that we can submit into the LAFCO process if that takes place on the first Wednesday in August. So really that's my immediate direction and sort of what I see as a long-term goal. My plans would not be necessarily to negotiate or necessarily like with any of these groups, but I think if it was an authorized position, similar to like, the mayor or vice mayor has the title, gives it a little more, sort of a little more support, I think in doing this. So I think this direction and this goal to sort of create a regional entity could help us in the future, not just maybe get a seat and hopefully get the engagement that we're hoping for from PG&E, but could maybe help us also invest or sponsor any future regional projects that we otherwise would not be able to do alone. And so I look at IWPC as sort of a model for their region. That's something we can adopt here. And that's my thoughts on that.
So just really quick, because I think this might actually go really smooth and easy. What I hear you saying is you want to take council direction in a statement to work with LAFCO on behalf of Alexander Valley Water District that they're trying to form and be the representative for that.
Well, on behalf of...
That's so simple that we could be, and I'll tell you why. We already have done one statement in the past that we submitted. We could bring that to the council, very simple, do that statement, and between you and the city manager, you guys could absolutely, that's simple. I mean, that's...
And I think Vice Mayor...
Big, long, drag-out fight. That's
the statement would be in support of Cloverdale's conditions that we have not submitted yet.
Well, and these are the things that we would talk about as a council.
Yes.
And then you, with council direction and letter, would go.
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for?
That would be my initial start. And, basically just to, when I attend these meetings that I'm just authorized to be there, I think that would help us just sort of show some seriousness about it. And I've been getting some really positive feedback from these groups and the direction that this is going.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Morgenstern.
I think it's a great idea.
So Councilmember Marquez, are you, I guess I'm trying to get the big picture. Are they collaborating with you or are you trying to collaborate with them?
Well, the collaboration initially there's a
with those other entities, right? Knowing that we hold, well, the city of Cloverdale holds, what's the water rights?
Yep.
Pre-1914 water rights. So I don't want to say that, we send you as an authorized representative and then they jump on the coattails of our water rights. And then all of a sudden we're subjected to other entities and other rulings that affect our water rights.
This certainly would not subject us to any of that. What in the capacity that it would be meeting, it's not necessarily like we wouldn't have any agreement. Any of that would have to come to the council.
Are you there as fact finding, or are you supporting these other entities versus supporting Cloverdale
we would
on
be
our long-term water goals? That's where I'm kind of confused.
This would be in support of Cloverdale for our long-term water goals, because what I see is that the proposed water district, as proposed, there's
What water district?
the Alexander Valley Water District. So this would be they went to LAFCO, had a couple meetings. They were voted down 4 votes to 2, but they were still 2 commissioners that voted for it. And it might have been a reason that we did not submit a comment. City of Healdsburg did not submit a comment, so they might say, oh, maybe you guys are okay with everything. I think there's some conditions in there that we should all look at and really dig into, if it's appropriate. I mean, some of those things might not be their governance structure, that might be their business, but some of the things about the control that they would have over the groundwater basin, where we would maybe be only in an advisory role and not an equal participant. Some of the issues with metering that, if we're with the urban water management plan saying that our groundwater basin that we all draw from is losing capacity. It's like, I think, we're being very responsible. And I think.
So the one benefit I could see is, looking, say, 10, 20 years down the road, if indeed things play out the way they do, and we look to get into a coalition to bring water from Lake Sonoma through that valley and up to Cloverdale. That's where I think the benefit would be. But
and that is one of the benefits where you look at what IWPC is doing.
All that would have to come through council.
Absolutely, everything would come through council. So I'm not using this position to go out and negotiate or any of that. It's basically to build partnerships, good relationships, and say what I see IWPC is doing, because like the city of Ukiah is part of Inland Water Power Commission. So through IWPC, they're part of IRPA. And so, PG&E will engage with IRPA, not directly with the city of Ukiah, but because of the regional partnership, it gives them, a seat at the table, and also allow.
And how do you go about getting that seat at the table if you're not invited?
So I've talked to a couple people who sit on that, and they see this as a possibility. That first you can start out. First is the immediate issue of the Alexander Valley Water District formation. That is the immediate thing that we want to respond to sooner than later. Potentially, if there's some holdup, we can always create like a memorandum of understanding with the property owners and, Dry Creek, Lytton, City of Healdsburg, to at least show that we are sort of have a similar goal, and all this would come back to council. I wouldn't be working on it.
Do you already have goals in mind that you're looking to accomplish through these different entities that would help Cloverdale in the long term?
Absolutely. And those goals would be.
Can you bring those to council?
All this would come to council. Everything would come to council. And these would be things, if I go to the next meeting that I would attend is Russian River property owners on July 8th. July 22nd, I would report on that, what I would find out at that meeting is, are they going to LAFCO for any reason at the first meeting in August? And one of the things I would propose tonight on our future agenda is for us to have a statement in response to some of the conditions we would like to see in their proposal that would come back to our council on the 22nd. so we can discuss it as a council. So these aren't things like I'm going to go work on the statement alone and just present it. This is all coming back to council, but, I'm just kind of the gopher, running around and, going to meetings and trying to bring, I think, what, I see is, the IWPC in the Ukiah Valley. I believe that they've been successful in their efforts, and, I would like to see us in our region form a collaborative that I think would get us a seat at the table.
Okay, thank you.
So tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like we can circumvent and pass up this resolution, bring back a future agenda item with a statement of support for the formation of the Alexander Valley Water District, and then have Councilmember Marquez and our city manager be the representatives that report back to us on what's going on. Does that sound, am I getting this right?
well-
What you're asking for?
I am asking for that. I'm also asking just to sort of get some it's kind of a sort of, like a title, like authorization that allows us or allows me to at least have a little bit of more pool, as being recognized by the council that, that I'm going to these meetings, it's otherwise.
Be like, and I'm just trying to, would it be like the RRPOA liaison? Or what do you think?
I think that kind of it falls into that category. When, like having a conversation, at the, this was last night, right? Okay, at the scoping document comment meeting, I didn't make a comment. I went there to I thought I was going to hear some comments, but it ended up being everyone's hanging out in a room waiting for a number.
Right.
So, but it ended up turning into a time where I'm talking to people I normally don't talk to. And, I think with, the times that I'm able to go to IWPC meetings every other month, because we have mayors and council members dinners. So during those times, I've gotten to know members of IWPC, and I'm there like as a citizen, and I think if I'm there just as like able to go to those meetings, even though I'm just learning about from them, sort of establishing a relationship where now it's like I can, they'll make time to meet with me or have longer conversations about how did you guys start, your JPA in this region. And so I think it's one of those things that title kind of gives me a little more, ability to be taken more seriously in what I'm doing.
Wouldn't the title be, I'm here on behalf of the city of Cloverdale, right? You're as a council member, that is your title, right? I don't think there's another moniker we could give you, but we could give you the force behind, you're there representing the city of Cloverdale. That's the force.
And I think this goes back to the resolution we passed at the last meeting, where, Vice Mayor Lands is authorized as sort of a title, right? That you go and advocate for, our city's position. So it's a similar thing.
So is it only, you talk about IWPC now too. That's a little bit different.
So the IWPC is we could take them out of the equation.
Yeah, because I think that one's more of,
it's information
gathering.
Correct.
Which is, you're not trying to represent a position.
It doesn't need to
city.
be. And if I'm,
you're a council member there gathering information, that's awesome.
If I'm working with Russian River property owners or Dry Creek, Lytton, City, Healdsburg, I did have a meeting with Chris Herod about a week and a half ago. We had lunch, and I gave him the Alexander Valley Water District. Here's the 2 LAFCO meetings. To a lot of to Chris Herod, Ron Edwards, and also Larry Zimmer, who's the Public Works Director in Healdsburg, and just gave them the links to the LAFCO meetings that have the staff report. It has the proposals. And here's the upcoming key dates. And it was like, just be aware of this. You know what I mean? It was like, share that, dig into it. Maybe there's something in there that you have concern. And I think what this does, it sort of gives me an endorsement that shows that it's not just me being a rogue council member, that I have the support of my council.
Well, at the same time, and not be rude, but it kind of is a rogue council member thing on that. That's your opinion on trying to make a JPA formed without council's support at this point.
That's, what I'm asking for is,
Excuse me.
what I'm asking for is to have council support in this endeavor, that I think this would really produce some good results for us.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying that what you should do is, if we bring it back as an item, that we can discuss it, have the statement done, and then give it to you.
Yeah.
To do that. I think that's.
So that would fall under.
Doesn't that sound
under this role? And I'm happy to do those things in that capacity. And that's generally the capacity I'll be working for. What I'm asking for is the endorsement to have this title similar to like what we adopted to give you the title for speaking in the city's position. So it's the same thing. And I think that's what I hope. I was my understanding that was sort of the direction that we were going to go, where it's like, we're covering both bases, and, I get to work on this, and take these things, bring it back to the council. You get to advocate for city's position regarding the Potter Valley project, and we're kind of got all bases covered. I think that really, makes us a strong council, and that's what I'm hoping to get,
I'll open up to the public because I see they want to comment.
I'm just curious, Todd, do you have the right, when you go to your meetings, to actually sign paperwork and not bring it back to council?
No.
Right. So then I don't understand why you all aren't working on this water issue. Why one person is doing it. You can't. It's too big of a job. What you're doing with Potter Valley, I agree with, and I don't have a problem with it. But you can't just do that. I mean, you would drive yourself insane if you tried to do the whole thing. I don't understand why all the council members aren't going to these meetings and talking to these people and getting to be, if not friends, at least understanding the problem all the way from Potter Valley or wherever we're going to start at, all the way down to Healdsburg. So I don't understand this. This looks so much, it's such a bad look. It's like a pissing contest. And I really hate that. I want a good, organized council that's working together on this stuff. And Andres, go to these meetings. You have just as much right as anyone else. Todd has to bring it back. You'd have to bring it back. So would Marjorie. Everybody would have to bring it back. So I don't understand I don't even understand why we're talking about this shit. So please, we want a strong council. We want a lot of people out there. The water issue is going to destroy development in this town. It's going to destroy possible jobs in this town. So I don't understand why this isn't the #1 priority for this council in this city at this point. So please, all of you, work hard at it. But you better bring it back to council, all of you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Marianne Brigham.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dana Starr. I want to remind you all, last meeting, there was a gentleman, I believe he said he was actually from out of town, but he said, we can't afford to have all our eggs in one basket, essentially. I mean, he didn't say those exact words, but that's what he said. So right now we do. All we have is the Russian River. We have to have multiple options. We have to have A, B, C, D happening. And I can't see, just like Marianne said, one person handling the whole thing. We need everybody out there taking a look at this. Water is our major #1 priority for anything to happen. It's what brings life. And without life, we have nothing. Thank you.
Michelle Winterbottom. First of all, do you guys have a committee for the LAFCO where you appointed a member and an alternate?
No.
Did you do that?
for,
No.
I mean, LAFCO has 2 commissioners that are chosen from our county, and they have an alternate. So there's the commissioners.
So it's just the two?
Correct.
The two.
Yeah, and that's, one commissioner from,
I couldn't remember if that was one of the appointees from council. Okay. But I agree with Marianne and Dana. You guys all need to work together. I mean, more than one council member can go to a meeting that's posted. I mean, all 3, 4, 5 of you can go, just like at the mayor and council members meeting, as long as it's posted as a public meeting. You can go there. You can discuss with that stuff. It would be nice if you guys just said, okay, these 2 want to be on the LAFCO and go to those meetings, then there's a person to speak for the city or whatever, or protect the city. And hopefully you guys do that.
So I'm going to reiterate a little bit of history to correct some of the statements that were made just now. We do have 2 council members that have been working on this for years. It's not just me, Marianne. So there have been 2 the entire time, myself and the mayor. And we work with the city manager and the city attorney. So I'm just correcting that for the record, number 1. You can't have everybody going and representing Cloverdale at meetings because that is called a Brown Act violation. So we have to be very careful with the way that we do things. And you also can't have conflicting statements when the council has a direction and have council members that are giving different directions. And so we have to be very careful with how we're handling this because the water is very fragile. So it's not just me. You can shake your head all you want, but I'm not going to keep reiterating. I think this is a great idea that Councilmember Marquez has come up with. I just don't understand the title name. So what is it that you're looking for? So that I know that I'm doing what you're wanting here. So I like your idea of
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
representation for.
I appreciate the support, and maybe that's one of those things like trying to define what this is. And maybe I'll run this by the city attorney. So I think, part of my opening statement here was sort of like, I think I gave a pretty good direction on sort of what my aim was. Certainly, I would mention the groups that I do want to work with is, in regards to this. It's not like I would be meeting with Sonoma Water about anything. It's only in the, basically in the capacity of, are you guys at some point, interested in, signing, MOU that would lead to a JPA, and, reaching out to Dry Creek, Rancheria, Lytton Rancheria, and, the city of Healdsburg. Potentially, there's a couple council members and even the rest of their staff that would also help us, work with us, that I believe that our concerns might align with their concerns regarding the proposed Alexander Valley Water District. So that's a good partnership there because they also have staff that can help us sort of come to a unified front. And then the Russian River property owners, as they may morph into the Alexander Valley Water District. When I mentioned IWPC, that doesn't need to be part of this. That's more, again, like a, information gathering sort of thing. So, but if this, and I'm leaning into
So maybe what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe what the council could do tonight is authorize Councilmember Marquez to go to the July Alexander Valley Water District to observe as a member, as to represent the city as an observer there and to collect information. Put together a draft comment letter, working with the city manager and me to bring to the council on that July meeting. The council can tweak it, approve it, go through that process, and then the council at that meeting could then authorize Councilmember Marquez to go, share this letter with Healdsburg and see if they want to sign on to it. Go to the LAFCO meeting if it happens to sort of orally deliver these comments in this position there.
So that's one part of it. I think that would happen. What it would happen simultaneously is like, I would want to call Healdsburg tomorrow, and say like, dig into this information. Like, what do you guys think? And so then, those concerns along with, because, if we wait till the 22nd, and then, it's like, I think the fact that I shared what they should just like here, this should be on your radar. I could do that independently. I could do that as a citizen, right? Here's what should be on your radar. They can also, we don't have a lot of time. We should have been doing this a long time ago. But so with the limited amount of time, I'd want to start working on it tomorrow. And so if there's this sort of like, yes, what you had stated, City Attorney, that like those authorizations would be good, but I would also like to reach out to, Dry Creek and talk to David Ferry. I'm the liaison with Dry Creek, so I have met with him and do have correspondence when there's something I would maybe want to bring up or share that is maybe of note. So those things beyond just the letter and going to the meetings, which I would like to do, it's sort of this discussion of the possibility of a regional entity for the future, for us to be able to work together as a possible seat at the IRPA table and possibly working together as a JPA to invest or sponsor some of the bigger projects.
So you have the right to do that tomorrow on your own. You absolutely can. And I would, if you want to do it, I suggest you do that. But what I would say is bring this stuff back on July 22nd to get the full council support behind you. We can't do it right now because it's not on our agenda. However, you can start the conversations, get that ball rolling, bring those statements back, get council behind you at that date. You have every right to do that.
And that's good. And I've been doing that. What I'm asking from the council is like an endorsement. Just like we have endorsed you at the last meeting.
But that's not what's here. So we have to bring that back. That would change everything that's on this.
Okay.
And I think that's what you're getting on July 22nd. That's
okay.
Am I wrong?
So the council, tonight, I think it's agendized to discuss water resiliency efforts. So if there's more specific, JPA type things, that could be specified tonight. But what it sounds like, perhaps maybe it's better if that gets, maybe Councilman Marquez writes down his sort of concept about the JPA, which seems a little, maybe that needs to be written down a little, fleshed out what his goal is with that, and can bring that back on the 26th. Also, to then get the council's approval of yes or no, yes, go forward, and you can say you're advocating on behalf of the city, not just Councilmember Marquez.
I think it'd be a stronger position because if you did that and you were working with the city manager, you could actually have, you maybe go to Hillsburg and they say, yeah, we write it up. We'd like to see what you have. You go to the Lytton, they say, yeah, write it up. Or you go to Lytton and they say, no way in hell. You don't know what you're going to get. So it'd be nice if you had that to come into and then say, hey, look, here's what we have. Here's what the city manager and city attorney and I all lined up. It's the process, and I think it works.
And that's my intention, to get that going. And that's one of those things that we could put on a future agenda item for tonight to bring back for the letter. And if it's something that our city attorney is recommending that what my intention just needs to be hashed out a little more or described a little more, and we could bring that back, I would maybe throw that on the future agenda item as well.
It certainly is up to the will of the council. I think just from the conversations, that's what I've heard a little. And if ease from the vice mayor, and maybe that's sort of for now, there seems like there's confidence from all of you on this first step, but there's some unease from some of you about the second step because maybe it's not as fleshed out. Yeah. So maybe
I'm still a little hesitant about JPAs and things and our water rights. I'm very nervous about that a little bit, with this. So I would like to hear more and learn more.
Okay.
And I would
So-
love to hear that from you.
The letter is a good first step, that we participate on that, because that's kind of something that's happening under our nose that we really do need to participate and make sure that, the conditions that we're looking for are in there. So, I'm happy to move forward with that, and we'll bring back, I would say, I'll put that on a future agenda item, and then as well as, if we can't put an amendment tonight to amend this as it is, and I need to be a little more clear.
We can amend it tonight if that's the will of the council.
Well, I would like to get started on that and have the endorsement of the council and the support.
I don't know if I could without knowing the intention and others that would be, does that, I mean, that has to make sense. What would you want on the resolution? So that I know that.
Just, like having and I run this by the city attorney, sort of just, having the council's endorsement to work to do some, I guess it's like, everything's going to come back to the council, right? So it's like, there's no way that Alexander Valley Water District is not even a water district, right? The potentiality really is trying to get through, because I could tell you, while they're in the process of forming their proposed water district, they're not really going to discuss anything else, beyond that. I think that's their I would guess or assume that that's sort of their priority. So if that's something that, I would like the support of the council to have the endorsement to start working on that as soon as possible, because I think that's one of those things that our region needs. We need to catch up and get a seat at the table, and I just don't want to put that off, anymore. So that's something I think I can make some really good headway with. I've gone to a lot of meetings. Of course, any of us can attend meetings, but I think I've built some pretty positive relationships with our neighboring organizations, and would like to have the endorsement and support of my council for the betterment of Cloverdale.
So I guess maybe that proposal would be in the draft resolution. We would change the first thing to say, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Cloverdale does hereby authorize Councilmember Marquez to meet with the Alexander Valley Water Property Owners Association.
Russian River property
Oh,
owners.
excuse me. Yes, sorry. Russian River, it's right there. Russian River Property Owners Association. And return to the council with a proposed comment letter at the, I don't know what the date is, July 26th council meeting. And then at that meeting, the council could approve or adopt that thing and authorize it.
I would also like to meet with, again, Mayor and Vice Mayor of Healdsburg, to encourage them to get their comments and sort of, give some nudges if needed, make sure that, that we're all kind of somewhat working on it. And I think that would be, if we had a comment to make about the proposed water district, I think all the other partners in the stakeholders in the our region should also be a part of that. If we can align, I think it's going to make our comment stronger.
So I think a reflection of that would instead be that paragraph to say, to meet with the regional entities regarding the proposed Alexander Valley Water District.
That sounds good.
And then I think we take off the resolution about the water resiliency efforts, that next sentence.
Because all that, I think, getting into the MOU, getting into the JPA, it's down in the future. It's part of what I think the end goal is, but it certainly doesn't necessarily need to be now. If I had that endorsement, as you stated, I think that would be very helpful to us.
I mean, yeah, I support this. I'm trying to figure out why we even need a resolution for it personally, but if you feel better about it, let's figure it out.
I do.
That's really what it comes down to. I mean,
Yeah.
so do you want to try to write
Yeah,
some
so it
wording
would be,
and make
I
it very
think,
clear right now?
yeah, so it would be to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale authorizing Councilmember Marquez to meet with regional entities regarding the proposed
There isn't anything proposed.
Alexander Valley Water District.
Discussions regarding-
proposed Alexander Valley Water District. And then in the document, the first now therefore be it resolved would be say that the City Council of the City of Cloverdale does hereby authorize Councilmember Marquez to meet with regional entities regarding the proposed Alexander Valley Water District. The next be it further resolved clause would be deleted.
Well, if you're deleting that
And-
one under the whereas, that's got the same thing where it says other water resiliency efforts. Would that have to be changed or no?
Yes, correct. And the whereas would say, the last whereas would say, and desires to authorize Councilmember Marquez to represent the city with regional entities regarding the proposed Russian River, Alexander Valley Water District.
And do you have this in writing in your head,
Yes.
ready to go?
And there would be direction from the council to bring back on July 26th.
In the July meeting, I don't think, is it the 26th? 22nd, I thought, yeah.
So that would be as a future agenda item, not as amendment? Could we amend this one to approve that today?
For you to
Oh,
come
you're talking
back.
about bringing the letter back on July 26th?
Yeah, bringing the letter
Okay,
back.
okay, and that's what we could adopt tonight. That's an amendment to our thing.
So I'll do this. I'll make a motion, reading a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale authorizing Councilmember Marquez to meet with Russian River Property Owner Association and entities regarding the forming of the Alexander Valley Water District. Is that close enough?
Yes.
Yes.
With modifications that were made through the city attorney.
Yes.
Sound right?
Second that.
Correct. And that direction for Councilmember Marquez to bring back a proposed comment letter at the July meeting.
And so with the directions that were given, that is a first and a second. And you guys will clarify the language on it and bring it back or put it into the agenda, correct? City attorney for the city clerk. Okay. So with that, you have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 4-0 with Mayor Wheeler absent. Thank you. Good job on this one, guys. Making
Thank
that happen. Okay, council member reports.
Okay. Jumping in there. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thursday, June 11th, I attended the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Association. We did have the executive meeting with PG&E, Jason Taramino. On Wednesday, June 17th, I had a lunch at Zini's here with Healdsburg's Mayor Chris Herod, whose mother lives in Cloverdale. Thursday, June 18th, we had the Zero Waste Sonoma meeting. And Tuesday, June 23rd, I attended the LAFCO scoping meeting comment session, but did not deliver a comment. It was a good opportunity to talk to folks, so that's what I got.
I had to miss the dinner because I couldn't sleep in my apartment complex because it's noisy. But tomorrow I am going to an Ag and Open Space meeting in Santa Rosa at 5 p.m.
Nothing to report out on.
The one thing I am going to report out is I did go to the FERC scoping meeting, gave a statement on behalf of us. It will be given to the city clerk and city manager for the record. And I also have a couple different letters that I'm going to ask the city attorney to form a statement for us in writing to submit to FERC as well on our behalf. It has to be in by, I think it's July 24th. So maybe you can get verbal support with it.
And that was part of the adopted resolution last time we talked about submitting that thing. So we have the policy, and so there's no further direction needed from the council.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that. So thank you for that. All right. Moving into legislative reports, AB 1821, letter of support.
Just a quick letter of support on PRA reform, extending the time and doing a few other things. So that was signed by the mayor and Mike.
Perfect. Thank you. City manager report.
Just real quick, I'll be out on the 19th, or the 29th and the 30th, and Police Chief Parker will be acting city manager. I'm going camping. I don't know if I'll have service or not, so Chief will be here.
Hopefully you don't. City attorney report. Future agenda items.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Future agenda item, I would like to, for the next upcoming city council meeting, which is July 22nd, to have the review of city comments and concerns regarding the proposed Alexander Valley Water District.
I think that was included within the motion you guys adopted, so no need for further direction.
Got a couple more here. The future agenda item to do maybe an in-house simple analysis, not like, hire somebody to really go nuts on it, but an in-house analysis of sort of the weighing out whether an in-house engineer would be suitable for our current needs.
I don't know if that'd be a future agenda item or if that's something that the city manager can look into and pass off the information to us. And if it's feasible, absolutely. We've done this before because I've asked for this exact same thing multiple times.
And
so
would we need consent from the council for that, or is it something?
No, that's something that I think that, you have it, I think, at this point.
Okay.
I think there's consent for that.
There's consent for that.
We've been talking about that for a while.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay,
Perfect.
so
Clarify, that's not a future agenda item, just count.
Nope. Okay. The other one would be to have future agendize the budget amendment for translation services of our agenda and interpretation services for our city council meetings from English to Spanish with a possible 50% match from the Healthcare Foundation of Northern Sonoma County.
I'd back that. There you go. At least look into it.
You're asking directly for a budget amendment or
No.
suggested? Because
A
that was
meeting to
request.
discuss it, because one of the proposals was that the Healthcare Foundation would match us, and that would be a huge help with that. So I think, and then maybe discussing the extent of what those services are before any approval.
What would be good is to have a discussion item where they come back and they present to us for their proposition to us
Yes.
for that. Basically, they'd be saying, we need this amount of money to provide you the service. So maybe we can reach out to them and see if they are willing to do that proposal. And that would be how.
Yes.
I just wanted clear direction.
Okay. And the final one that I have, and this is, again, it's hard to do this without a discussion, but have a reevaluation of the WSA, WSV for the proposed Esmeralda project with West Yost present, provided our access to the updated information in the draft UWMP.
That's something that we've already approved through a resolution, so I'm not quite sure. Alex, I'm gonna
It is
turn to you.
approved and it's based on the old urban water management plan, because that was what was in place at the time. So it is approved. The council, if it wanted, could discuss what it might be with this updated study, with updated 2025 plan. That would probably, I don't have any idea how much work that would take West Coast to do. It wouldn't change the fact that the old one was approved. It also wouldn't change the fact that the council, when the project comes before you, can say, we don't care that we approved that already. We're concerned about it and we're not approving this project.
That's an important detail. If at that time, when it comes, I think that's like makes the most sense to me because it's like it's not that far off in the future. At that time, if we were to discuss it, one of the things, the two factors that, okay, I'm trying not to get into discussion, but having what I was asked for in this thing is, to reevaluate the WSA. Okay, I'm trying to ask for this without having a discussion,
So
but
perhaps what I could say that maybe will make it easier is I imagine the applicant is watching this meeting. They watch most of the meetings, and we can let them know that these questions are going to come up when there's a public hearing, and they should,
be present. Correct.
They may want to be prepared to answer them and have addressed that with their.
That would cover it, I think, to have, so if that's maybe the ask is just to have them present at the time that we make that reevaluation, because they were also party to the review.
Yeah. And just to clarify, West Coast did not prepare that WSA,
but
as opposed to this. So they just did a peer review, which is a different level of detailing,
doing the work,
the document.
And
so
that was my, I think that would be like having the peer reviewer present was the request for whenever that comes back to council. So it wouldn't be a special occasion, but maybe when that comes back to council at that decision time, as the peer reviewer to have them present.
So West Coast will definitely be at that.
Okay,
meeting.
great. Thank you. All set.
Okay. Councilmember? All right. Well, thank you everyone for sticking it out. Meeting adjourned 10:45.